Hello there. Hi. Welcome in. Welcome back. Welcome to the evening of the 3rd of November, 2025. Sorry for the shaking. Look like I have something on my monitor. Anyways, welcome back. We are back this evening with something that I can't hold in my hands for the first time in quite some time, but we are going to be playing Shadowrun Dragonfall. We actually haven't played this since July, it looks like. July 30th, so it's been quite some time since we've played this. Mainly we had to take some break from this because there's a lot of reading in this game. And as much as I love Shadowrun as a setting, I have to take breaks from long bouts of reading so I don't destroy my voice. But we are back to play some more Shadowrun Dragonfall, trying to make some more progress in this. If you weren't here for our streams, the past few streams, we are bouncing between Shadowrun Dragonfall and Dark Cloud. We are basically just trying to kind of whittle through some of our longer games that we are working on. So Shadowrun Dragonfall, Dark Cloud, we've got our friend's favorite Friday, we're doing Ghost of Tsushima as well, and we'll probably, as of right now, I'm of the mind that after we finish Ghost of Tsushima, we probably will end up doing Ghost of Yotai as well. But we still got plenty of Ghost of Tsushima to get through, so that'll probably be a little bit. We're also sticking with our schedule that we started a little bit before October, at least for a little while. If that changes, I'll let everyone know. But that means we're just doing an afternoon stream and then some evening streams. Obviously, evening stream being our main stream. So if we have to take afternoons off, we will. Speaking of taking afternoons off, on Thursday, I do have an appointment, so there will not be an afternoon stream on Thursday, but there will still be an evening stream, which I'm pretty sure, based on a rotating schedule. So today is Monday, so we'll do Dark Cloud tomorrow, then Dragonfall. So Thursday will be Dark Cloud, so we won't be doing any... We won't be doing any Tsushima on Thursday, but we will be doing more Dark Cloud. We've made it to the, I think, like, 4th area or something in Dark Cloud, so we're still making some progress on that. I know what we're going to do after Dark Cloud, but I haven't announced it yet. Technically, I know what we're going to be doing for the next while. I know what we're doing after Shadowrun. The Friend's Favorite Friday, we know what we're going to be doing. We just have to, it's going to be randomly selected. And then after probably a week or two, we're taking a little bit of a hiatus from the horror stuff. Just to kind of, like I said, get through some of the stuff that we did before our horror, kind of our Terrortober stuff. Once we get through some of that, we're going to get back to Countdown Vampires is the first thing we're going to do when we get to the horror stuff. But after Dark Cloud, we're going to play something that is horror themed after Dark Cloud, so it's going to be kind of horror adjacent. It's definitely dark fantasy, and it's something I've been really interested in for a while. So I won't spoil what it is, but after Dark Cloud, it's going to be a newer game and something that I've been really keeping my eye on. So I'm excited for that. But don't worry, we will have some horror stuff probably in a week or two once we kind of whittle through all of this stuff. And then once we get through Shadowrun, which will also take a while because we still have Hong Kong after Dragonfall. So I've got something for that. But the horror stuff will come back after a little while. And of course, Friend's Favorite Friday will be back on Fridays. As per usual, we still got to get through a Chrono Cross. And then we will randomly select what we're going to play next. So, but I do, it is nice to be back. As much as I love the nonstop horror of Terrortober, sometimes it's nice to be back with a little bit of variety, a little bit of fun stuff that is not necessarily just horror. But I have some fun things planned, I'm also still really enjoying Ghost of Tsushima. It's very hard not to just want to constantly play that, which is it's very weird to be like so night and day comparison, because we played it 5 years ago on release ish around that time, and was not our jam. And now I'm like, I want to play more. I want to play more of that game, and I'm ready to play the sequel. So it's very very interesting to me. Because I'm also thinking, like, Silent Hill F came out recently, right, in September, and I'm wondering, like, if old school or older streamer me, 5 years ago me, had played Silent Hill F, like, would that version of me also not liked Silent Hill F, right? Because, like, this version of me, the couple months version of me really did love Silent Hill F. Like, I bought merchandise, I've got the steel book, I've got the poster. Like, I really, really like Silent Hill F. Like I said, I think it's become like my third favorite Silent Hill. It's going to be hard for anything to kind of overcome Silent Hill 3 and Shattered Memories for me, just because those really, really connect with me. Like, I as much as I adore Silent Hill F, even like now that we're a month detract and that recency bias is kind of wore off, I still see, for me, the way I know that I really enjoy a game is when, after like a certain amount of time, if I'm still thinking about that game, like, okay, we haven't played it in a month, or we haven't played it in a little while, and I'm still thinking, man, I think about this thing from that game or this thing from that game, even after not seeing it for a while. That's how I can tell, like, a game really set with me, is when I'm still thinking about it or still wanting to talk about it and stuff. So I don't know, but I really like that. So that's it's interesting to think about that stuff, about, like, over time, how we've changed as gamers and people who create content and stuff like that. Because, again, 5 years ago, that version of me did not like Ghost of Tsushima, and now I'm super excited to get back to our afternoon stream of playing more of it. But all that being said, it is the evening stream, so we will not be playing more of that. We're going to be playing Shadowrun, which I'm also excited to play, because I love Shadowrun. Shadowrun is my favorite setting of all time. It is fantasy meets cyberpunk in the best way possible. So, but yeah, so we've got it. We are coming up on the end of the year, but this train is not stopping. We have so much stuff to get into, so much stuff to get through. I've got a shelf of retro stuff planned, of stuff that we've got to get through. We've got series that we've got to touch. We've got all that stuff from that stuff that I mentioned before. We've got new stuff that I didn't have when I made that thing. I'm constantly looking at deals for other retro stuff. So when I say this train ain't stopping, this train ain't stopping. There's new games coming out. There's new horror games. There's new adventure games, RPGs, whatever it is. There's stuff coming out. We're gonna play it, and there's like remakes of stuff that we might be checking out. So don't you worry, plenty of content. I'm gonna keep doing this for as long as I possibly can, as long as the cosmos will allow me to. And with that being said, let's get into Shadowrun. We have not done Shadowrun in quite some time. I'm very excited to get into it. Let me make sure everything is working properly. Okay, looks like we got captions. Okay, that's all good. Alright, let's switch over here. It might take a second to capture. Also, we're not going to need the Elgato for that. Okay, not that one. Trying to see if there's one that we have capturing Shadowrun already. Oblivion. Alpha Centauri. Okay, we do not. So. Boop. Boop. Alright, let's get this rocking and rolling. If we can. I'm gonna capture. Let's do that. Hello? Okay, something weird's going on. Give me just a second. Play. Alright. It should capture this time around. Survey says There we go. Alright, let's continue. I do not remember what we were doing because we have not played this in a few months. So, like everything, we're going to have to figure that out. But again, hopefully everyone is doing well. Hopefully your Monday went well. And if it didn't, hopefully tomorrow goes better. For now, you can listen to the dulcet tones of my voice. No, there is no voice changer here. It probably should be because in my head, it sounds a bit grating. Okay, we are in our base. Hello, Dante. Bet Dante. Okay, let's take a look. We got 5 karma. I think we're already fine on that. I think we were saving up for some strength stuff. Alright, quests. 50,000, meet Iger's contact. Okay. Take Van to Harrow's compound. Okay. I think that's what we were going to do. I think we were going to take the van to Harrow's compound. Which I think is what's down here. The van. Take the van, yep. Alrighty. So you gotta take Glory with us. Alrighty. You're still. Was a long one, 6 hours, road and relatives island. Only the sounds of the road for company. I found myself crouching in the woods, watching, waiting, off in the distance, a rustic exterior of Fierstel. Looks curiously warm and inviting. You know what's waiting inside. Anticipation churns your guts like a living thing. Eventually, a van pulls out of the compound's driveway and rolls out along the service road before disappearing from view. Glory gives you a nod and begins to scramble forward. Harrow has left the building. It's time for you to make your way inside. All right. Let's take a grenade with us, just in case. Karma available. Okay. Looms over you, dark and sinister in the night air. Despite this horrifying story told about the place, something feels strangely comforting. In the back of your mind, insidious voices whisper that you could stay here forever. Do you feel it, the lure of this place? When I was a kid, when I was whole, the pull was irresistible. Yeah, I can feel it, but it doesn't change what we have to do. No, it doesn't. Eyes dark. When she speaks again, her voice is quiet but steady. You're going to see some terrible things in this place. Fear still exists to prey on the young. We're going to have to come to face with that. Are you sure that you're prepared for this? When you say the young, how young do you mean? I need to know what we're walking into. Don't worry about me. I'm solid. Good. You want to compare notes, make sure we're both on the same page? We take Harrow out of commission. You were right when you said we couldn't afford to let him live, even if we completely destroy the place. It'd be for nothing if he got away. Just start another cult somewhere else. I think we should try to save the cultists here, too. Planning on that would be a mistake. This is going to be difficult as it is. If we don't focus our efforts on one thing or the other, we're going to fail at both. If we get an opportunity to rescue some cultists along the way, we'll take it. That goes without saying, but barring that, we should focus on killing Harrow. This is your run. I won't argue with this, so what do we do first? I think I would say take out the shrine that Harrow uses as his power focus. We can't touch him while that thing is standing, but after we bring it down, he's vulnerable. Tell me more about the shrine. It's a lump of rock about as tall as a man, inscribed with runes and encrusted with bone. The shrine's power comes from an entity that Haro bound into the stone. Something very old and very dangerous. A toxic spirit. In many ways, it's the heart of this place. We can't touch Haro while the shrine is intact. If we try, he'll siphon enough power from it to slaughter us where we stand. But if we confront the shrine and kill the spirit, the astral backlash from the depths will cripple him. What we'll have to do is finish him off. Hash out a few more details from him. Go inside. So we make our way to the shrine, then what? Take it out with explosives? Breaking the rock won't work. We'll have to take on the spirit directly, track it where it lives, and kill it. I brought what we need to do that. Exactly, it was going to go down. Spirit itself will have a good deal of control over that. Better prepare yourself, because I think it's going to be one hell of a fight. What about the other cultists? We'll save any we can, but the energy released when the spirit dies will hurt them too. Anyone whose mind it touched will take a hit. I mean, the backlash will hit us too. You've only just arrived. The spirit hasn't had a chance to worm its way into your aura yet. You might black out for a minute or two, otherwise you should be fine. As for me, well, like I said, this place doesn't touch me anymore. Sounds like this is our best shot then. It is. The shrine was so important, why didn't you mention it earlier? When I lived here, Haro barely used the thing. To be honest, I think that he was afraid of it. Back before I ran away, it was nothing more than a cult of personality that revolved around Haro. He didn't need magical help to keep us here. We loved him, and he believed in his message. He created a shrine as an insurance policy. I think something has changed. He started abusing the shrine's power. Yes, and I think my escape was the cause of that change. I know Haro. When I ran, I bruised his ego. His charisma and his charm had failed him, and my disappearance rubbed his nose in that failure. He wouldn't be willing to chance something like that happening again. Not when he had the means to prevent it. Like puppets, the shrine controls them? Not exactly. It's more insidious than that. Think of the shrine's influence as a drug. It lowers your inhibitions, makes you compliant. If you stay here for a couple days, you'd fall in love with this place, and you wouldn't even know why. All of Haro's bullcrap would start to make sense. You'd be happy. In essence, all the cultists are addicted to this place. That makes them a threat, yes, but also makes them victims. I think I know everything I need to. Let's get moving. Alright. Let's go. Let's go. Your limbs begin to tingle, you feel heavy. Closer to the doorway, the more the struggle it is to continue moving forward. As feel to strength being stripped from your body, step back. Crawling sensation recedes. A moment later, your strength returns to your limbs. Shrine room's through there. The barrier wasn't here before. Haro must have boarded the doorway after I ran. How do we get through? The door is a lock. There must be a key. Haro, this place, he and I were the only ones allowed in the shrine room, so look, whoever has taken my place, that's where the key will be. How do we know who that is? It'll be a girl. Haro will never take a male as a second. He wouldn't want the competition. And her hair will be fire red, sort of insignia rank within the cult. Girl with red hair. Got it. Okay. Check the refrigerator. As you open the refrigerator door, a whiff of ammonia sticks to your nostrils. Watery light glints off the door. Sealed and nightly labeled. It's hard to tell through the opaque, but they appear to be full of meat. Inspect the containers. First thing that hits you is the smell. The meat is here beyond rancid. The mold frosts the sides. As you brush the lid back on, you recognize a familiar shape of rotten meat. A mangled human hand. This is what I think it is. Ritual supplies. The adversary prefers them aged. Haro teaches all of the initiates how to do it, how to harvest the meat, how to store it, how to label it. Nobody likes doing it at first, but you learn. By the end, you don't even bother anymore. I get the picture. I warned you see things you didn't want to. You weren't lying. Come on, let's keep moving. Alright. What is this? Medicine cabinet. Send this item to your stash. Nothing in there. Quick save. This year's dormitory, no arrivals brought here. Still hope for these kids. Hara hasn't a chance to ruin them yet. We'll try to get them out of here. Movement in the other room. Drifting out of a nearby vent. Calm down, dear. It's probably nothing. No need to worry yourself. We're so far from the beaten track, we don't get a lot of visitors. She flinches as she's been stung. Another voice. But what if it is someone? What if the bad people have found us? What if they followed me here and they've come to... Well, then we'll send them away. You're perfectly safe here. You have to believe that. Don't worry, dear heart. Hera won't let anyone hurt you. Not here in this place. Not ever again. Are you certain, Marta? Remember, she mentioned Marta. Positive. Be calm, all of you. As long as you're here with us, nothing bad will ever... Is that your Marta, Glory? Not mine, Haro's, but she's Marta from my story, yes. What do you want to do? If she's still here, she'll be Haro's #1, my old position. He had his way with all of us, but he was always sweet on Marta. That means she'll have the key to the shrine room. We're gonna have to find a way to get it from her. Yes, but not here, not now. Those kids are in there, they'll all die for her. They already love her, that's what she does. We can't risk confronting her in that room. If the situation turns ugly, any one of those kids will happily eat a bullet for her. And that's not what I came here to do. But we came here to cure her, and she's the way of doing that. She is, but we deal with her later. I won't hurt any more kids voluntarily. Get some rest. You got a big day tomorrow, the biggest day of your life. Get to meet Haro. I promise you, after you speak with him, you'll see the whole world in a different way, a better way. Coast is clear. We can handle the initiates. They're just a bunch of scared kids. Without Marta there to egg them on, they won't try anything. No time like the present. Opens his mouth to cry out for help. You don't want to do that. We're not here to hurt you. Friends of Haro's, don't bother calling Marta out there. We're just going to go in there and have a word with her. Yeah, okay. You do that. Glances at Glory blinking. You used to live here, didn't you? I've seen your picture before. Really? I think so. I didn't look at it long. It was a room that wasn't supposed to be in. I'm pretty sure it was you. Totally right. You were right. I did live here a long time ago. I was like you back then. A scared kid brought here by Marta for a chance at a new life. I like Marta. She's so nice. Feel safe when I'm with her. Most adults aren't like that. They either don't notice you or they do for the wrong reason. But Marta, she cares about us. Can I ask a question? Go ahead. Ask away. I overheard Marta talking to Mr. Haro. I think they were talking about our meeting with him. The one that Marta was just telling us about. Where we'll learn the... Go on. Well, I didn't really hear the conversation. It was all muffled, but I could hear it was kind of weird. Some stuff about a shrine that sounded like he changed the subject because he started talking about dinner. Something about chopping up meat. Got real upset. They're too new. They're not ready. Make the older ones do it. Haro said some other things, and then she calmed down again. She left. She was smiling. I was just wondering, do you know what they were talking about? Make sure Marta is okay. I can't ask her about it. I don't know how to find out. I was eavesdropping. Marta's plan for you. Have you... Oh. Open the fridge in the other room? No, why? Don't worry about it. I'll make sure Marta is okay. Don't worry, we won't. How long have you been here, by the way? Almost a week. It's wonderful. Of course it is. So much nicer than living on the street, isn't it? You be good. Don't you worry. We'll take care of Marta. See, she's being nice, which is, again, not how Glory is. It's like I thought. Things changed in the past few years. How so? Back when I lived here, Haro would never let such a fresh convert prepare a sacrifice. He'd wait until she was in so deep, until she felt so indebted to him she couldn't turn tail and run. It was a rule. You let newcomers get settled for a month, maybe two, before teaching them more unsavory aspects of cult life. Even then, you start them off slow. The first lessons would be to use pork or chicken, never human meat. That didn't come until much later. Doctoring a new recruit after a week is risky as hell. You never would have done it when I lived here. He's using faster than he used to. That's what I'm thinking. Arrow's getting lazy, letting his captive spirit do the heavy lifting for him. What does that mean for us? I'm still working on that, but I don't think the shrine is just a tool for Haro anymore. I think he relies on it. He's using it as a crutch. I think he lets himself become dependent on the danged thing. He's never going to do what we saw back in the kitchen. We won't let that happen. On that, we are agreed. Mara's on the other side of the door. However this goes, we're going to have to move quickly afterward. If she dies, Haro will know it. I don't trust her to keep her mouth shut if she lives. So we take the key from the shrine room, break through the ward, and confront the spirit. Are we clear on that? Crystal, let's do this. Woman in this room is lovely. Full lips contrast artfully with her fine elvish features. A tumble of fire-red hair spills down over her shoulders. Beyond her physical beauty, there's something inherently approachable about her.
Do you want me to spit on you?
What a time for that to go off. Thank you, Boyd, for the 11-month resub. I really do appreciate it. And welcome back to the Masquerade. Welcome in. How are you doing tonight? Thank you again for the resubscription. As always, all the subs, bits, all of the tips, all that stuff do go right back into the channel to allow us to keep doing and playing stuff like this. So I really, really do appreciate it. Yes, almost a year. Almost a year. So I really do appreciate it. Time does fly. Ate some honeycomb for dinner. Just raw honeycomb or like cereal? Hopefully you had more than just that. But anyways, welcome in. Hopefully you're doing well. Oh, the cereal. Okay. I was gonna say, people do eat, like, honeycomb. Beyond her physical beauty, there is something inherently approachable about her. She exudes the most palpable aura of kindness and warmth. Marta, Glory's old lover, the lure that Haro used to draw her and so many others to Fjarstel. She looks up with a start at the sound of your approach. Her eyes go wide at the sight of Glory as she takes in her cyberware. Her mouth falls open in horror. Glory? Yes, Marta, it's me. It's been a long time. It has. Glory, what have you done to yourself? What I had to do. I got out, Marta. Was the only way. Oh, Glory. Placed with the expression of profound sorrow. I am so sorry. Been on 2 days for real food, got hungry. Oh, well, go lay down or cool off or something. Make sure you drink some water so your headache doesn't last super long. Mara steps forward, her arms extended to wrap Glory in a hug. All at once, something in Glory's face changes. Her skin goes from pale to pallid. Her breath becomes ragged. She steps back and raises her claws in defensive posture. Don't you touch me. You are one of Haro's creature you always were. One of his creatures? Glory, what are you talking about? Say nothing. You know as well as I do, you worship that monster. You seduced me into coming here so that I would worship him. If you hadn't found me, if you hadn't baited me, none of this would have happened. None of what? I haven't done anything. If you just left me where you found me, I never would have hurt anybody. My mother would still be alive. I never would have sold my soul to that abomination that you all worship. I wouldn't have had to sacrifice my own body to escape from it. This place took everything from me, and it all started with you. Har and I rescued from a life on the street. A beautiful girl, homeless, penniless, living in a gutter. I pulled you away from all that. I saved you. Don't feel much anymore, Marta. Most of the time, I'm completely numb. But for you, I can make an exception. I hate you. I'm sorry you feel that way, Glory. For my part, I still love you. Razor's flick his fingertips, her curls and snother. Another lie, the last one you'll ever tell. This is interesting. I don't think she's lying, or at least she doesn't think so. She believes what she's saying. I think we should hear her out. Something strange is happening here. Go to it, Glory. Don't let me stand in the way. I don't think she's lying, or at least she doesn't think so. That's because it's true. I'll prove it to you. Her eyes fixed on. Ask me anything you want. I'll show you that I'm telling the truth. I never wanted anything bad to happen to you, Glory. Not ever. Why are you listening to her? She's just telling you what you want to hear. This whole purpose here. Remember, she's bait. Why should we listen to anything she has to say? Cultists aren't responsible for their actions. True that martyr as is for anyone else. Knowing the shrine is affecting your mind might help us. I don't trust her either. I want to hear how she's going to try to worm way out of this. Aren't responsible for their actions. Remember, it is truth. Martyr as it is for anyone else. She was here long before I was. Before Haro started using the shrine, she made her own decisions just like I did. No excuses. She's here because she wants to be. She brought me here because she wanted to. Her choice. That is true. But she's living under the shrine's influence for a long time. You did terrible things here too. If you can change, so can she. Interesting. Yes, but she hasn't. She's still luring. All these years later has to stop. Bitch and agitation. We're wasting time. We need the key. If Haro gets back here before we've dealt with that shrine... Okay. I didn't turn my back on you. You shouldn't turn your back on her. We need the key to the shrine room. Don't make us take it by force. Interesting. If we had street, we would know that she's... Ooh. I didn't turn my back on you, Glory. You shouldn't turn your back on her. Razors of the right. Convince me. Convince you of what? That I'm not a monster? I don't know how to do that, Glory. Start by telling me how you sleep at night. You know what happens to the kids you bring here. You know what happened to me, but you're still luring them here in Haro's clutches all these years later. So tell me, how do you live with yourself? Explain it to me. For a moment, you can see the conflict behind Marta's eyes. If cognitive dissonance had a face, it'd be hers. Confused, frightened, angry, at war with herself. For a moment, she struggles to speak. Then whispering sensation you felt outside the compound comes back. Her face has changed. The muscles in her brow relax. Appears to be at peace. Why are you asking me this, Glory? You already know the answer. The kids here, they aren't being hurt. They're walking the path to the free and pure life, just like Haro taught us. The shrine is whispering to her, Glory, I can feel it too. Richard teeth. Yeah, you're right. After so many years, she knows normal feels like anymore. Seth Morgan grabs by his shoulder. Martha, if you're saying it's true, if you really did care for me, then please give me your key. It's important. Key. Whatever you use to get past the wards of the shrine, I need it. And ask me to do this only. Momentary conflict, the moment passes. No. Said that I had to guard this. He told me that I could never take it off. Question one of Haro's orders, it would be wrong. You question about... Oh, see, there's academic. I just think ironic about a cult devoted to freedom, rebellion, being a totalitarian leader. See, this is what I love about the games, is right? Is like, if you had certain etiquettes, you can actually, like, talk through these things. Planning to... What is that wrong? That's different. Blinks and then the sound returns assistant. You wouldn't understand. Then maybe you could explain to me. Maybe if you could just answer my questions, I'd be able to see the light. Go on. Haro is evil. You see that? He worships the devil. What more do you need? He's hunting runaways that you bring here. Can you see that? Smile dies on. I don't know what Glory told you, but the adversary isn't the devil. Calling him that is cartoonish embodiment insult. Okay. The fact you live in Berlin and hold the adversary in contempt proves one of two things. You're ignorant or you're a hypocrite. Glory was right on the mark when she said that the adversary was evil. Anyone here is ignorant, it's you. Maybe the adversary isn't evil, but Haro's interpretation of him certainly is. Warned us by this kind of backward thinking. Okay. Marta, the adversary, it's a special case. Somewhere deep down you must know that. Don't have to, okay. Spiritual beliefs, the fact that you even said that Glory is expected from me. I'm done with this. Go on slandering Idle is served, do it somewhere else. As for you, change the subject, or you can get ready for a fight. I want to hear. It's hurting the runaways that you bring here. You can see that, can't you? Hurting? How so? It's going to make the initiates, the young initiates, the girl, do something horrible. That girl, a sweet young thing. I rescued her from a bad place, Glory. Her and the boys in the room. They're all safe now, isn't it? Are they? You know what I'm talking about, Marta. The harvesting, the meat. Blinks momentarily confused, and you see conviction clamp back down in her eyes. Regrettable, yes, but it happens for a good reason. Initiates learn what's done here. They have a responsibility. Do you have anything else to say? Supposedly hurting us in the wave of my face? If so, I'm all ears. How many wives, yourself included? It's not about you. I don't care what you do. I'm talking about child abuse. Doesn't take the young one's wife. I don't know what Glory has told you. He isn't a monster. Even the youngest initiates here aren't children. Not really. Life on the street took that from them long ago. Pure still, certainly safe from the back alleys of urban hellhole you live in. I was young when he chose me, Marta. Maybe not innocent, but young. Somewhere deep down you know this is wrong. When you lived with us, you didn't think it was wrong. You loved it here. You can rewrite history to cast yourself as the victim if you want to. Yikes. If demonizing me helps, you can do that. No one ever forced you to do anything. I'm hoping to achieve by bringing it up, but I promise you aren't going to convince me to abandon my way of life. Has brainwashed you into something that is okay, but Marta, it isn't. Just don't know when to give up, do you? Our ways aren't yours and doesn't give you right to judge us. Who you impose your ideology. Someone who hasn't been corrupted by Haro or his pet spirit. That qualifies me to offer an opinion. Kind of person Haro always warned us about. I'd like to ask you about. It's the right thing to do. Oh yes, I'll give it to you. Dangles on a gold chain. Here, it's all yours. Drop it on the floor and step back. I don't trust you. Swings aim on a chain. If you want this, you're going to have to kill me for it. Sorry I had to come to this, Martha. You're too gone to save. See, that's the thing, is like, you could actually, I think, save Marta in this. Don't want this, Glory. I wish it could have come out this friends. You can, but you haven't convinced me of anything. I made a promise to protect this with my life. Haro, my husband, taught me how. See for yourself. Alright. So we're gonna do this. Really? There we go. Then we're gonna bleed. Flint to her claws, expression of growing horror creeps on her face. You okay, Glory? No, I'm not. Sorry, but it had to be done. Yes, I know. She was bad as Haro. Killing her was the right thing to do. Welling with tears. Glory. Save the consolation speech. I'm over it. Ain't what we came here for. I mean, we tried. We talked to her. Man, on this shit. Killed. Couldn't be helped. Haro's going to get you. You'll see. Unfortunate. Lurching your gut, but clears instantly. Door swings to the touch. That should have done it. Her hand. Small jar. Going to smear this on your forehead. It's a sort of chemical bomb. Taught me how to make it. You ever wondered where my share of the take from our jobs has gone? This is the answer. Powdered orichalcum isn't cheap. I'm sure that it isn't. Where did you even find a supplier? Talismonger. Ah, Algernon. Hooked me up with... Yeah. Prices are high. I consider the rarity material. They're fair. Thankfully, they don't need much of it make the bomb. Boundaries between the material world and the astral plane are weak here. The stuff acts sort of a lens. With this, we can deal with the spirit on its own level. Sure, that'll be a ton of fun. Probably not, but that's what we're here for. A shrine and a spirit trapped in it. We're standing between us and what we're trying to do, so we'll deal with it whether we want to or not. This will protect your astral self from being spiritual possession. Don't take it off while we're dealing with the shrine, whatever you do. I don't know what's going to happen when we step into that room. We're playing with forces outside of our control. Are you ready for this? Ready as I'll ever be. Very beginning of this thing, we both agreed that Haro needs to die. I still want that. I want to bury my claws, his belly, and pull his entrails out for what he did to me and all the other kids like me. But this, from what we've seen here tonight, I suspect that Haro is the real power here anymore. I think that Haro started using the shrine. He handed the spirit trapped inside of it the keys to the kingdom. Might think he's in charge here, but he isn't. Not anymore. He's a servant just like everybody else. The only difference is that he doesn't know it. Interesting. This means for us is that we shouldn't have to kill Haro to put an end to all of this. I don't think that he'll be much of a threat on his own, not anymore. If we manage to purify the spirit rather than killing it, it'll withdraw from the cultist mind willingly. We'll save them. I think that if we purify the spirit, Fierstel will die. We'll save all the kids, the nightmare will end. If you feel that strongly about it, we can shift our focus to rescuing the kids instead. This is your run, Glory. I'm just here to help. Thank you. I'd hate to do the wrong thing here. Let's put an end to all of this. We heal the spirit and then the cultist. We'll send Haro running and shut this place down. That's the plan. Let's do it. It's Glory's run. We'll do what Glory wants. If we're gonna fight the devil, then we'll fight the devil. Chorus of high, sibilant voices in the air. Sound is dry and airy. Something fills the bone dread. Welcome home, Glory. Mouth to speak, no sound escapes. Glory, what? Something slams into you. A wave of intangible force, your consciousness inside out, shockwaves reverberating your mind. The world lurches, everything goes black. You guys ready to meet the devil? Slowly you begin to stir. Murky, flickering impressions invade the oily stillness of your unconscious mind. The sensations come in waves, washing up over you, jerking you back towards consciousness. You smell acrid smoke and burning meat. The roar of distant flames whispers in your ears. When your eyes flutter open, a dull red glare fills your vision. As you attempt to struggle to your feet, you become dimly aware the gravity here feels wrong. Everything is heavier than it should be. Waves grow still and your senses calm. You find yourself staring at an infinite horizon. The blasted ruins of Fierstel stretch out in all directions as far as the eye can see. Is this astral space? No, or someplace else. You're going to have to be more specific. I don't have any answers for you. There's one thing that I'm sure of. Whatever this place is, the adversary holds sway here. If the adversary's domain, wouldn't that make this hell? No. I don't think it's as simple as that. The spirit we're hunting is going to be here, right? It should be here, somewhere. Alright, devil. Wakey, wakey. Step forward, you find yourself gagging. The air in this room is saturated with slaughterhouse smell. A smell of blood and bile and feces. A stench of an abattoir. Up ahead, you catch sight of something sliding into the world. It looks like a charred man, a pair of tortured faces where the shoulders should be. The thing burns like a Roman candle, spitting white-hot sparks and fiery plume. The oily substance runs down between its dangling legs, spatters into the floor. Where those drips land, they burn. Behind the creature, a second thing lumbers into view, a wall of muscle, sinew, and burning pitch. The things lurch towards you, leaving a trail of greasy smoke in their wake. Alright, it's fight time. So you think, now that's gonna hurt. Let me get up here. Okay, it doesn't look like they can do AP damage. Go ahead and do that. Wait for this guy to make the distance. That's gonna hurt. Nice crit. Can you bleed? That bleed should kill it. Good. Oh, Lord. I'm gonna go ahead and put her there. Ow! 28 damage. Jesus Christ. Heal you. Ouch. Okay. So that should kill you. Yikes, can you stop with the... There we go. Yikes. Where you at, Devil? Stop sending your minions after us. There it is. There's the stone. Hello, Satan. The thing hovering before you is hideous. The broad chest is jacketed in scale-like patches of burning coal, and its many sets of antlers shimmer with heat. Smells like barn fire, wood smoke, burning fur, and blackening bodies. Spirit inclines its head towards Glory and spreads its arms in welcome. Glory, welcome, child. Speaks in a chorus of clear, lilting, what a word. Voices. You don't hear them so much as you feel them. The sensation is strange, like hundreds of butterflies fluttering in her chest. What a pleasure it is to see you again. Glory steps forward, trepidation in her face. Standing before the towering form of the spirit, she looks frail and small. She takes a deep breath, steels herself, and speak. I know what you were, spirit, before the adversary twisted you, before Harrow bound you into this rock. I can help you to be that again. All that you need to do is let me. The spirit chuckles, a strange warbling sound that sends shiver down your spine. We are not in need of help. We are our great master's servant, just as Haro is, just as you are, despite your misguided attempt to cut away his love from your heart. Voices in your head soften, become sad, but the flutter in your chest turns ugly, like a buzzing wings of a swarm of blowflies. You have mingled yourself beyond repair, and you did it to spite him, he who was your greatest benefactor. You betrayed him, child, but he loves you all the same. Don't listen to this thing, Glory. Slowly, terribly, the spirit begins to turn. You can hear a crack and pop in splintering vertebrae as the enormous head shifts on its shoulders. It fixes its carnivorous gaze on you. You, friend, this outsider, speak out of turn, but we take no offense. Her words are like the babble of a newborn babe. She is ignorant to the truth. Inclines its head towards you. If the noise continues, we will teach, and this babble will cease. Sidelong glance mouths out the word, don't. I have a message for you from our great master. He has a gift for you, a peace offering, one that he offers freely as a sign of his continued affection for you. He knows that you desire his servant's destruction as a symbol of his love. He will grant you the power to bring an end to Haro. He knows that you wish to free the children of Fierstel, a sign of his compassion. He will help you set them free. You can have everything you want, all of this and more. Remain silent. It's a nice pitch, Spirit, but you neglected to mention the price. Leans forward, clasping her hands. This will cost you nothing, a simple gesture, a trifle, a show of good faith. If you demonstrate your love for him, he will reward you beyond your wildest dreams. Remove the protective ward from your neck. His gift is yours for the taking, yours forevermore. Say nothing. Cranes her neck to look up at the reeking carnivorous thing that looms over her. I had my own limbs hacked off to get away from the adversary. I paid somebody to do it. That's how badly I wanted to be free of your great master. Your offer is pathetic as it was predictable. To be frank, I'm disappointed in you. If you rebuke our great master a second time, I will chew what's left of you into mulch. The marrow from your bones will nourish the garden. I promise you this, child. I promise it. I have a better idea. Produce a ceremony dagger that shimmers eerily in the light. We're going to purify you, Spirit, and after we finish, you'll help us rescue those kids. Very well, child. If pain is what you seek, we will bring it to you. Beneath its leathery skin, the thing's bones begin to shift, straining against the ligaments and tendons that bind them. A hideous cracking sound fills the air as the skeleton splinters and pops. As you watch, the spirit's body begins to rupture. Great lesions open up in the creature's chest and back, and the ribcage cracks with a horrible internal pressure. The spirit's chest heaves and a foul liquid pours and rips from its flesh. A flash of light stabs your eyes, and when your vision clears, you find 3 identical spirits floating before you. Death comes in many forms, child. Fluttering, the sensation in your chest grows a rasping pain that steals your breath from your lungs. It feels like you're being eaten alive. Yours will be swift and brutal. Okay. Oh my. They have a lot of health. Materialize the shadow. Wispy incident. Projection man distorted in the distance. Silhouette ripples like a flag in the wind. Through the haze, you can see his face. More beautiful than handsome. His sculpted features a naturally youthful complexion. His expression is sad. Haro. Glory. You shouldn't have come here. I was content to let you live out your life in peace. Come here to put an end to this place, Haro. This place, your pathetic, sickening cult. I don't want to kill you, Glory, and I won't unless you force my hand. Ask for my protection, I will usher you out of this place. You can leave Fierostel in peace. If you ask me politely, I might even let your friend leave with you. I won't abandon your victims here, Haro, not again. I'm going to burn this place to the ground. My only regret is that you aren't in person to burn with it. A fight, then. Very well. Air around them pulsed in scintillating bursts of color. Brought this upon yourself. Jesus Christ, dude. How are we supposed to know which one we're supposed to go after? There we go. Weaken. The spirit's form flickers and sparks. The burning coals cling to the body, fall off in clumps. Its searing antlers begin to cool. The chorus of lilting voices warbles and shrieks as the body transmortifies into something else. Through the haze, you see Haro's eyes go wide. At once, the rippling silhouette begins to fade in the shadows whence it came. His body becomes insubstantial. Go ahead and run, you coward. Run back to the real world, or whatever hole you crawled out of will catch you. I don't think so. You don't even know where the real me is. Don't worry, we'll find you. We're good at that sort of thing. Believe whatever you like, fool. I won't do you any good. Years from now, I'll still be doing what I do, and you'll have accomplished nothing. Go ahead, Haro. Try to set up another cult. You won't get far before I hunt you down. You know better than that, but nothing makes me happier than the sound of you lying to yourself. Goodbye, Glory. Shout dead and Haro's gone. He isn't worth the effort. Glory continues staring a long moment at the spot where the projection Haro bends. Her expression is unreadable. Slowly, she turns away. The spirit-writhing form continues in transformation. Twisted claws buckle, break, and reform. Charred bone begins to heal. The barn fire stench slowly dies away, replaced by the array of more pleasant smells. Oak and pine and mineral oil. Rustic feasts and mulled wine. As it cools, the spirit raises its head, slyly shaking newborn fowls. What has happened to us? What have we done? Say nothing. What have you done? Terrible things, spirit. Loathsome, unforgivable things. You have corrupted children, turned them into killers. You have been party to violence, torture, and the desecration of corpses. You've created monsters. Cringes, shaking its great head from side to side. It doesn't speak, but low rumbling sound emanates from somewhere deep in its chest. Unpleasant to think about, isn't it? But you have to, spirit. You can't run from what you've done. Your actions are part of you, whether you like it or not. Rumbling sound turns into a tormented howl. The noise conjures images of mourning mothers and caged animals, screeching orphans and dying men. It's the sound of pure, unmitigated despair. Listen to me, spirit. I need your help. We're here to rescue the cultists of Fierostel, the street kids whose minds you touch. We're getting them out of here before the adversary can do to them what it did to you. Yes, we will help you. Good. Now get out of those kids' minds. We have already done so. The cults of fear are showing themselves again. We wish to do more. We have to atone for what you said. Just what do you hope to do? Make amends, heal the sick and the wounded, bring them the succor of hearth and home. But what can we do without your help? We are still bound to this shrine, anchored here. We cannot leave without your assistance. Tell us what you need us to do. We need an appropriate vessel to carry us out of the rock, something touched by magic but more dead than alive. Do you have anything that can help us? Reaches, wraps her hand around the protective ward that hangs around her neck. I think that I do. Say nothing. A single motion, she snaps the chain. The pendant falls to the floor. The heart of Firestill lowers its headless eyes and then traces elaborate gesture in the air. Warm glows envelops in similar glow spills from Glory. White flash, the spirit is gone. Glory, are you okay? Rises in the eye, quizzical expression on her face. I can feel it. The spirit. It's bound to me now. What does that mean for us? Can the spirit help us like it said? See for yourself. She raises her arm to feel a burst of warmth and comfort in your chest. It wants to help people, to heal them. It wants redemption just like I do. Together, maybe we'll find it. Oh boy, it's a lot of reading. Behind your eyes, your vision starts to twist. It feels as though you're being turned inside out. Oh, time to go. The spirits linked the adversary severed. The entire reality is falling apart. Yeah, I'm gonna say we need to get out of here. Offers a grateful smile. I'll see you there. Ugh. Slowly, you swim back to consciousness. Struggling to your feet, you find Glory already standing and alert. I can feel them. Spirits set them free, but they're trapped somewhere here in the complex. Best get to them in a hurry, then. This place feels like it's shaking itself apart. Be under guard. The connection between this compound and wherever we were is breaking down. As this place disintegrates, more and more things are spilling through. Like rats fleeing a sinking ship. It's only a matter of time for Firestill is consumed too. Look in the corner there. You can see it's already happening. Take your word for it. Let's move. Clear rumble. As you kick the door open, stumble into the room, you find yourself surrounded by a sea of teenage faces. Initiates and acolytes huddled together, trembling. The spirits and fluids clear from their mind, their swagger is gone. They look frightened and lost, like the kids who have their security blankets turned away. Glory? Is that you? You don't know me, but I was a new initiate back when you lived here, when you were... Yes, it's me. Come on, we're taking you to safety. Somewhere far away from here. What happened to you? Your arms. Something that you'll never need to worry about. Come on. Let's get the hell out of here. Couldn't even put it better myself. Come on, people. We're taking you someplace safe. Thread your way through the trees of Schonbach Forest, tracing your way back to the thicket where you and Glory hid the van. The inferno consumed is spreading, and the conflagration casts the forest around you in a sinister orange light. Heat at your back is intense, unbearable. Far ahead, Glory blazes a trail for you to follow, shredding the foliage in her path. The liberated initiates teeter on the edge of the panic as the struggle to keep the pace behind you. Fire is moving fast, but you're faster. Glory helps the last of the kids in the van, vehicle and gear, and punch the accelerator. Burning ruin of Firestill recedes in the distance, a glowing speck of a rearview mirror. Peace and safety of Krez Bazaar lies ahead. Okay. Now we have 7. How much did we need for... We need 8 for the next level, which is where we get disarmed, so we need 1 more. Alright. Let's go ahead and do a save. And let's go see how Glory's doing. Actually, I wonder if Blitz will talk to us now. Okay, no. Because that didn't count as a run, I guess. Introspective look in her face. At the sound of your approach, she turns to face you. Thank you for your help, but I couldn't have done it without you. I'm meaning to talk to you about that. Things we saw in there, I'm not surprised. Go ahead. Did you send them to Samuel? No, he wasn't worried. He has enough to worry about people at Kuro's Bizarre said. Those kids were rescued. They've been damaged by Haru's philosophies. They can get better, but it's going to take time. Trying to integrate them into society too quickly would be dangerous. So where did they go? Took them to the Talismonger Algernon. He said he knew a place where they could get help. Won't be easy for them or quick, but they'll get better in time. You looked distraught when Marta died. How are you holding up? As well as you can expect, my feelings on this are complicated. I don't want to push you on this if you don't want to talk about it. No, it's okay. I should talk about this. Running from it won't help anything. Part of me still loved her, I think, but the rest hated her for what she represented. I'm ultimately sorry that she's dead. Yes, killing her brought me no joy, but on the other hand, I'm not sure the alternative would be. Say nothing. Marta was the definition of the term of damaged goods. I couldn't imagine the amount of psychological trauma she'd be carrying if she were alive today. It'd take her years to recover, and in that time she'd still be dangerous. All in all, it's probably better that things turned out the way they did. That's what I keep telling myself anyway. Aro got away just like he said he would. Yes, and he's already putting distance between him and the forest. How do you want to go about tracking him? Finding Harrow is going to be a full-time job. I can't track him while we still have a great dragon hanging over our heads. After we dealt with Valclair and Firewing, I'll devote myself wholeheartedly finding him and finishing this. For now, we need to keep our eyes on the road ahead. Thanks for answering all my questions. Thanks for taking the time to talk. Thanks again, I mean that. Alright, Glory's storyline is completed. Alright. Also, I think Glory has the ability to heal now, which is cool. What's down here? That's the platform, okay. OJK to tap night communication for the roads against S technology. Okay. How do we meet Iger's contact? Okay, there's an arrow pointing over here. With a distinctly Eurasian appearance, he peers up at Iger, almost almond eyes. The rest of his broad face is dominated by strong Slavic features. He nods to himself and puts down his mug of soy calf. On the edge of the table, a plate of day-old pie cools in the haze of cigarette smoke. Oi, Iger, been a long time. Keeping busy? You could say that. This is Bonnick, he's a friend. I don't know if I'd go that far. Nothing personal, you understand. If I were to start keeping friends, might call you one, but in my experience, friendship and obligation go hand in hand. Solitary life is cleaner. Professional acquaintance, then. Better. Now let's get down to business, shall we? Let's. I need intel on the engineer and where he's staying and who he's working for. How long he's been in Scotnest? Whatever you got, we want it. I've had worse, and of course, I'll give you what I can, but I don't know much. I can point you in the right direction, that's all. Just tell us what you can, and we'll handle the heavy lifting. Jacket pocket for some moment later procures a weathered paper map and spreads it on the table. Alright, what we're looking for is the northwest quadrant of Nest. It's gang territory, all of it. These days, the whole Kiez is being held by Rambach. We can handle him. Wouldn't be so sure of that if I told you. The guy that filled the power vacuum when the last leader bit it was a real piece of work, but hey, maybe you're right. I hope so, for your sake. The fate is still a building. This warehouse right here, it's Rambach HQ, and that's where the engineer is staying. Wonderful. If he's staying there, he must be arranging some sort of deal with them. That'd be a safe bet, and they've pulled their guns on him yet, so it's fair to assume negotiations are going well. I'm sure that I don't have to tell you this, but the last thing we need is an alliance between some foreign syndicate and Rambach. No good can come of that. Can't argue with that. Now I can't tell you who the engineer is working for. You'll have to ask him about that yourself. But what I can do, make it easy for you to have a sit-down with him. On the table, canvas bag placed in front of you pushes it forward. Don't open that in here. There are people in this room who would kill you for what's in that bag. I'd kill him first. Alright, tough lady. Hey, I get it, you're a whiz. Just do me a favor and keep the bag closed, okay? Tell us what you brought for us, Vanek. What you're gonna find in the bag is a gadget about the size of a water pistol. It's a rubberized grip and a hair trigger that's good for one shot. It's a stun gun? No, not really. For your purpose, I might as well think of it as one, though. The object in question is a cyberware deactivator. Had it shipped here, a great personal expense from the Super Max prison in UCAS. The warden owed me a favor. Very nice, Vanek. That should make this easy. Not easy. Possible. Wouldn't be giving to you if the job could be done without it. Engineer is rocking Delta grade move-by-wire system. Unless you can shut it down, there's no way you're gonna catch him. So if we do shut it down, he'd be forced into the state of permanent seizure. Only until he gets the thing up and running again. Deactivating is the same as broken. Till then, his life will be a living hell, but I think of worse things to use as a bargaining chip. Remember, you need to know who he works for. The more you can take him out of his comfort zone, the better. Let's go hunting, Iger. Thanks, Vanek. We'll let you know how things work out. Boop. Confirm. Don't bother. I'll be watching. Nice. Alright. Let's go do Iger's mission. Go meet the engineer. And by meet, I mean wreck. Alright. Call Iger and travel. See the engineer. Boop. Confirm. Alright. Let's go. Kia's next door to the Korea's bar, an object lesson and anarchy gone wrong. Violent gangs rule the streets here, trading territory to the roar of gunfire. The streets are a war zone. Dangerous as the nest already is, it could be worse. The gangs are vicious but disorganized. They pose little risk to their neighbors with little more than a makeshift barricade and a few volunteers. The Korea's Bazaar has successfully insulated itself from the chaos of its neighboring Kies. The engineer could change all that. He has to be stopped, and the F state as a whole needs to be alerted to what his clients are trying to do. It's up to you and Iger to make sure that happens. So do I have another healing? Alright. Let's go hunting. As you near the edge of the Korea's Bazaar, familiar to asphalt stench of nests crawls up your nostrils, or into your nostrils, and sticks into the back of your throat. Dilapidated husk of burnout buildings loom above you, giving the place the air of menace. I was hoping I'd put this place behind me after the Humanus run. Yeah, I'm with you there. Funny thing is, a syndicate presence might actually help Nest in short term at least. They clean up the streets if nothing else. Don't tell me you're changing your mind. Not for a second. A syndicate, any syndicate in Nest would be a disaster for Perez Bazaar. Let the people on the other side of the gate deal with their own problem. I won't let my home be endangered for their sake. Hello, friend. You again? Well, ignore my warning last time and you ain't dead, so I guess you can handle yourself. Let him through, sir. Surge. Is that a coffin? It says cardboard box. Search the box. Found some petty cash. Getting up ahead. Maybe there's a way around. Oh, there was something back here. I almost missed that. Tender stash. Oop. Trying to figure out where the heck we're even going. There's a motorcycle and a door panel. Colors in the Rambach property. We do not have any ideas, Iger. Might be able to blast it up with a control explosive that'll spook anyone inside. And right now, weapons dealer out here wound up dead in an alley. 2 shots back ahead. Very professional. Okay, propane tank. Walk away. We're not a decker, so we can't just hack it. Try finding a code. We could talk to the lady. No, it's funny. You seen any new friends of Rambach show up lately? Eyes open, clear, waiting for you to make an offer. He's trying to help out the neighborhood. Down the street in the warehouse with the grass out front. New guy showed up a few days ago. They've been moving product ever since. Seen it, it's locked up tight. Could help you out there for a price. It'd make your life very painful if you don't tell me that code now. Clutches her chest with her right hand. Stop playing, give me a code. Drops her knee, falls to the side, appears unconscious if she's still alive. I gave her a heart attack. Cool. Nice. It's the first time that's ever happened. They're probably looking for someone or looking for something stolen. What's hot around here? It's all you do in the nest. What gang you in? Still in the former cap. Okay. Let's take this propane tank. We're gonna tick off who's ever inside, but we're gonna get in. Make a bomb. Yep, that's us. There isn't anything solid about what we're about to do, and I mean that. They're gonna hear this explosion back to cruise door. This means when this thing goes off, it's go time. We need to get to the engineer before he slips away. If we lose him, we won't find him again. Okay, let's quick save. I'm ready, let's do it. Let's go in. Okay, I'm guessing this is the engineer here. Put you here. Yep, that's what I figured you were. Open door. Okay, I guess I'm not in range of that yet. Okay, well he's stunned now, so that's good. Clear the area of... okay. Wow, that sucked. Wow. Did you seriously just heal them and then do a bunch of damage to me? Jesus Christ. Wow. Iger does not... cannot hit the broadside of a barn. Let's heal ourselves. Make sure they don't have the AP. Yeah, I'm gonna get him right next to him. There we go. Wow, right next to me, huh? You know what? You get AP strike. You get AP strike. I'll just keep both of you stunned. How about that? That's not good. How is this? Okay. Alright, Iger. Get your butt in here and actually help me with these. Ow! Okay. Jesus. Are there more people? apparently. Heal me, because apparently I need so much health. Alright, are there more people in here? Yes, there are. Almost strike. Stunned. Switch to your sniper rifle. Get here. Where are you going? Why? Why would you just run away from me? There we go. Let me drag this guy back to the warehouse. We're gonna find out what he knows. Okay. Split on the ground, his body trembling violently, shoves a bottle up his nose and squeezes. Suddenly, violently trembles back to subside. Aerosol BZD to help treat the seizures. Was kind enough to include it in his goodie bag. Won't last long. This should give Yuli here enough muscular control to answer a few questions. Okay. See? He's talking already. Hate beads a sweat at his brow, struggles to control the tremors in his whack. Say nothing. Tell me what you want from me so I can tell you to go screw yourselves. Wouldn't recommend that, Yuli. You know who I am. I can see it in your eyes. You remember me from the old days, right? You know what I'm capable of, so do yourself a favor. Answer our questions. Yes, I know you, but your friend I do not know. Does have the stomach for this? Not many do. Stomach all sorts of things. Things you can't even imagine, Yuli. Shadowrun things frighten me. How adorable. Should be frightened. You're in serious trouble, my friend. Recoils back of his head against the grease-stained Duraplast tiles. You're helpless. If you answer our questions, things will go easier for you. So tell us, whose payroll are you on? This will orc's head and lifts up his head, inches from hers. Tell us who sent you to the nest. Looks away. Alright, you want to know somebody? I tell you. Taminus sent me here. They want to use the nest as a base of operations in Berlin. My point of contact is a ghoul named Beetle. There, you got your intel. Now set me free or kill me. Yuli, you wouldn't roll over an employer this easily. Your rep tells me that much. No. No, I was right. You're jerking us around. You wanted a name, I gave you a name. Want more, I'll give you those too. I can name you 100 clients who'd love a piece of nest. How do you intend to determine who really sent me? I get a couple ideas. Try beating the truth out of me. You could try cutting me. Get creative with the pliers if you like. Every time you hurt me, I'll give you a different name. Torture me or don't, all in the same way. I'll be dead and you'll know nothing for certain, and my clients will move ahead on schedule. If you're already dead, why care about being a snitch? I won't give your she-troll the satisfaction. She wants it, and that's why she won't get it. Munches in her fish, still smiling, can feel the heat of hatred behind her eyes. If you don't start telling me what I want to hear in the next 30 seconds, this is going to get messy. I know that look, Yuli. I'd start talking if I were... Cuts you off first. It's fine. You know, Iger, pronouncing the name savors it. I'd like to tell you a story. We share so much history, you and I. Says nothing, her eyes narrow. This is a funny story. It's a story about your time in the KSK. Story about futility. I can tell you all about the many lives you've touched and how the syndicates touched them again afterward. Would you like that? Eventually, Iger turns to face you. Do me a favor. Sweep the building for intel. Anything we might have missed on the way in. I don't know if that's a great idea, Iger. It's necessary. Shoots a disgusted glance at your captive. Won't this twisted chase me out of the room? He can tell me whatever story he likes. I feel like this guy's getting under your skin. We can't afford to kill him before we get to the truth. Don't worry about me. Everything's all right on my end. It's right about one thing. We aren't going to solve this on his word alone. Agreed. We can't beat the answer out of him either. No, of course not. Sure, he'd eventually spill the name we're looking for, but it'd be buried in so much white noise it'd be impossible to filter out. If you can find some corroborating evidence, though, that might help us wade through the river of bullcrap he's spewing. Can't tell what to look for. He's doing business around back in the building. Must be something in here can tell us represent. You're right, I'm on it. Be quick. Alright, we got barrels. There's courier drone. Light also shows they're completely empty. Melted. Corpse. Human lies on the floor, his mess of face and congealing blood. His head is deformed. Despite his wounds, his mouth is twisted in a macabre smile. Judging by the shape of the ganger's head, his skull's fractured in 3 places. Soft, it's gruesome. It looks soft, as though the skin is stretched like a tent with shards of a broken smile. Looking up, you can see a great smear of gore on the door of the room. Found him in incubation. The man was bashed his own head in trying to get out. So then smile on his face. I don't have biotech. His hands are badly broken. You've seen these sort of injuries after bare-knuckle fistfights. You never anything this severe. Man punched something hard and went punching until his hands were reduced to useless slabs of meat. Yikes. Ledger. Covers, cheap leather, newsprint. Pages are overflowing with handwritten text. Can't read, but judging by the accent marks, it's Scandinavian tongue. Arrangement of text tells you ledger is primarily used for an address book. Pocket the book and move on. Forklift tires are flat, hasn't been used in years. There's a hammer right there. As you approach the engineer's chest sheeted with blood, most of it streaming from his nose, and crushed a wad of bloody meat, dripping red. Find anything? Thought you said we weren't going to resort to torture. This isn't torture, it's justice. If you knew half of what this bastard has done, you'd heard things that you just told me, you'd do the same. Maybe so. You're on edge. I need you calm. Beating on him isn't helping. Turns away. Just tell me what you found. Yes, please. Thick and wet, enlighten us. Found this ledger. I don't recognize the language, but it looks Scandinavian. Norwegian, maybe. I think it's written in Bokmal. I can't read it, but it looks like a shipping manifest. Something like that. There's a lot of addresses in there. Looks like addresses all the way through. Some are annotated. Can't see any names. 2/3 of the book, she stops short. Find something interesting? She turns the journal around the top page, written in a different hand. In a single word, it's in English. You can understand it all the same. Wednesday. Yeah, not particularly helpful without a full date, but guess it's something. Of course, Wednesday might not refer to the day of the week. It could be a code for something. Taken out of context like this, it's impossible to say. What do you make of this? This should be good. Ignores him. Might be nothing, or it could be that he's back in bed with the Lobachevsky Syndicate. Hold this silence. You're taking orders from your old... Pause a moment for a croaking answer. Maybe who's to say? What's happening on Wednesday, Yuli? This Wednesday? You'll be putting your mother to work on the street corner. When she's all worn out, give your father a shot at the job. You can do better than that. Go die in a ditch. Did you find anything else? Found a body in another room. From the looks of it, he tried using his head to beat out a steel-reinforced door. Not usual in these parts. There are all kinds of drugs that can make a person act that way. Most of them aren't hard to get in a place like Nest. Must have missed something. I'll keep searching. Did we miss something? I don't know what we could have missed. Oh, courier drone? It's been snapped together prefab. Half-Bright could cobble something together this afternoon. Drone's charging cable, turbofan unpowered. Green light reminds you that it's still active. Pop the lid. Examine the drone more closely. There's a set of electrical contact plates lining at the tip of the herb bed. It's outfitted with an anti-tampering system. Step away. Okay, we need a password. Missed something. Oh, maybe the password's Wednesday? Enter a password. Pops open with a click. Inside your homemade SimSense tick. Take the chip. Pocket a few seconds. Angry hissing comes from somewhere deep within the drone. Right from the drone. You've seen this kind of reaction. Thermite. Built this drone's wired it with a self-destruct device. All that's left of the drone is a molten wreck and foul smoking. You see another glance at the chip you recovered and turned away. Aha! But we got the chip. There are a pair of courier drones out of the room. No markings, they look custom built. One of them had been slagged, the other is chipped in the storage compartment. Eye unwinds slightly. He turns his head, coughs to rack his body. Interesting. Mean something you do usually? I'm identifying marks and see enough videos of my life to know when I see it. This is different. It's been modified somehow. Go ahead, slot it. It'll take you on the ride of your life. Smack him for me, will you? I'm busy. Hit him. This connects with Ruin Me, the engine nose. Coughs, chokes on his own blood, and spits a lot of your chest. Don't know what you're holding. Spits the words of venom. His eyes locked in the chip. Slowly, he licks his lips. You don't deserve to touch that chip. Okay, well, we found out what he was... thought this guy was a professional. He is. I know his rep. I know he's much too careful to get himself addicted to Sims. Spencer the engineer, his eyes locked on the chip. These things have him hooked this badly, they must be even more addictive than standard BTLs. This wouldn't be the first time that something like this hit the streets. Talk with the sim junkies, you'll hear all about it. That's a frightening thought. You're telling me last thing we need is more sim junkies on our street. Got anything to add to that, Yuli? No idea how wrong you are about all of this. He struggles to rise from the floor, but his muscles refuse to cooperate. Finally, he gives up a scowl. If I could move my arms, I'd take that chip from you and show you what it does. Sure that you would. Good, fine. We struck a nerve. Any other thoughts? I think we might know where the other chip went. Remember that body you found in the other room? Yeah, good thought. Go check it out, but quick. I don't know how long... Yeah. Search for the missing chip. Sufficient for sim team details with little else. Doesn't make me pry it open. Take out the burnt out chip and leave. Looked in the chip, his face gone pallid white, his shirt drenched in sweat, his eyes bulged heavy. Yeah, prior to chip dragon, found a blob of melted plastic inside, still warm to the touch. Heard things like this before. Single-use sims designed to self-destruct after they're slotted keeps customers from using the same detail over and over again. Say you found our missing chip. The ganger who slotted this wasn't blissed out like a normal sim junkie. He was almost the opposite. He looked wild, like a man-man. Madman. Let's chuckle. You don't know a danged thing. Why don't you educate us? Chip doesn't drive you insane. It opens your eyes. Slot one, you become a god. I too was a skeptic. Then the wolf caught me, and the raven opened my eyes, and now last I can see. Suddenly he lurched forward. Every muscle in his body goes tight, and the cords stand around his neck. Give me the chip. It was promised to me. I need it. Tell us who you're working for, and it's all yours. Spits out a mouthful of blood and sits floor, grinds his teeth, and snarls at a winter night. Moment of silence, and then finally Iger speaks. Never heard of them. Of course you haven't. If you'd had, you'd already be dead. They don't leave loose ends. Body begins to tremble. Looks like drugs are wearing off. They have money. Money and influence. Enough to put syndicates to shame. I cannot even say how much. I do know they have seen is just the tip of the sphere. Alright, let's say you're telling the truth and some sort of secret society is behind this. What do they want with the nest? They don't tell me these things. All I know is they want to store they want to store things here. Crates, boxes shipped from all over. No cargo inspection, no traces back to them. They're shipping in weapon, drugs, more of these beetles. You think I asked them? Not my place to know, and that all that I know is what was promised to me. Give me the chip. You promised. They promised you the chip. Smiles at the engineer, pulls the knife from her belt. Serrated edge glints at the light. I, on the other hand, didn't offer you a thing. Maybe we should just let him slot the thing. So the chip of the fingers and down the trembling smile spreads across. Not unless he sweetens the deal. You hear that, Yuli? I'll give you what you want, but you have to make it worth our while. I have a stash here in the warehouse, a custom rifle. That's what I'm talking about. It's all yours if you give me what's mine. Could use a new rifle. What do you think, fearless leader? Deal. Once we know where the stash is, give him the chip. Over there in the corner, there's a duffel bag of the floor plate. Now give it to me. Alright, Yuli, it's yours. Leans in, grabs the engineer's head with the left hand, pries the chip jack open, and right. Second pass, nothing happens. What have you done? Why don't I feel anything? Oops, sorry, Yuli. I guess the cyberware deactivator shut down your chip jack, too. Somewhere in the back of your addled skull. I'm sure that probably knew that, but then hope springs eternal, doesn't it? We said we'd give you the chip. I never promised that it would work. I'm going to kill you. Do you hear me? I'll rip out your spine. Never promised I'd let you live, either. Iker? Blade of her knife glints in the light. Don't have to ask me twice. Suddenly, the engineer's entire body bucks forward. His eyes bulge out of his skull. He beats back the head of it against the floor. He opens his mouth to speak. The only sound that comes out is a gurgling scream. Knife lowers light. Something wrong. Look at his hands. Mil-Spec's cyber arms are twitching. His fingers seem to move of their own accord, writhing aimlessly in the air. The light in the chip jack begins to blink. How long was the cyberware deactivator supposed to last? Longer than this. I'm gonna kill Bannock when... Hurries forward, violent convulsions, his eye bulge out of his skull, and his chest evaporates in a spray of light. Chemical fire rages in blood. Flesh spits and arcane. Same reaction you saw when the drone, the thermite reaction. Takes a full minute to stop twitching. His employers, Winter Knight. They must have implanted that thing in him. Yeah, judging by the way that he reacted, he didn't know they had done it. They must have thrown it in while he was getting other work done. Willing to bet that if he hadn't used the cyborg deactivator on him, he'd gone up before he had had the chance to spill any names. We're looking for proof of who his employer was. I think that was it. Last of the charter remains the engineer. Now we know who to warn Flux State about. Let's grab the rifle and go. We're done here. Vent and retrieve a navy blue duffel. Engineers say, well, the distinguished shape of the rifle bearer is seen through the cameras. Here you go, Iger. All yours. Takes the bag from you and zips it. Her eyes go wide. They said he was custom. He wasn't kidding. Reaches the bag and pulls a sleek, angular shape. This is a Stayer AUG CSL multi-weapon system. Very nice and very expensive piece of hardware. You really put a lot of aftermarket work into this. Don't even recognize some of the accessories he bolted onto this thing. You feel comfortable using it? Rifles pierce through the scope with grown... Yes. Yes, I do. It looks like these aftermarket mods have more or less locked into the assault rifle configuration, but that's alright. I've been looking for a worthy mid-range weapon, and this will do nicely. Come on, Fearless Leader, let's get back home. I'm not comfortable leaving Winter Knight to the Flux State. I think we should handle him ourselves. What you're suggesting is beyond the scope of our abilities. I don't have any contacts in Norway, and we wouldn't even know where to begin looking Winter Knight. If we found them, what then? Two of us are going to stop an international conspiracy on our own. We're good, but we're not that good. Got a point there. We'll let the Flux State handle it. Good call. Let's go. Alright. Iger got a new assault rifle, and engineer's gone. And we found about a Norwegian conspiracy. Hopefully everyone's still doing well tonight. Like I said, this game is a lot of reading. Whiskey back towards the cruise bazaar. Iger standing by your side. The image of Engineer's body disintegrating in flame replays itself over and over in your mind. The bright flash, the shower of sparks, the overpowering stench of sizzling meat. A blue-green afterimage hangs suspended in the center of your field of vision and refuses to be blinked away. From what Iger told you, the engineer was a menace, an international criminal at the top of his game, and as you watched, he was consumed from within by a device that marked him as disposable. The rattle of your U-Bahn car comes to a halt and shakes you from your reverie. Your home. I mean, I guess the games like this are as close as we're getting to me reading audiobooks, so... You ever want mask reading audiobooks? Basically, Shadowrun and CRPGs are as close as you're getting to that. So, I hope you enjoy. Okay, now what we do with that, we're gonna get melee weapons up, because I want to get to... Well, we gotta get close combat up, and then we gotta get melee update so we can get disarm. Because if we can get disarmed, then if somebody has like a big cannon or something, we can knock it out of their hands. So... Alright. So I think we're pretty good to just go on to the next, but let's go talk to Iger. Because that should be the end of Iger's storyline as well. Does Dietrich have anything to tell us? Back when we took on Humanus, you said he fought in the Night of Rage. I'd like to... Any updates on Alexander? He's adjusting. Thoughts on the last run you'd like to share? Alright, boss, we can talk about it. I mentioned the Berlin's punks and anarchist joined forces to fight off the racists, right? After a long bloody fight, we beat them. Mentioned has figured out all of this. Anarchist is hard, always have been, but at the time I fit squarely in the punk camp. I was 32 at the time. Was touring, was not as much as we did when we were kids, but we had a following. I guess I was sort of the elder statesman of the scene. When we rallied to the fight, the racists, my followers came along for the ride. A bunch of young kids, all full of piss and vinegar in the immortality of youth. I was full of the good old Dragon Slayer spirit, pissed off and itching for a fight. And so I led the kids into the fray. We waded into the right alongside me, yelling and screaming with their fists in the air. I don't remember a whole lot of the fight itself, boss. I do remember the aftermath. A lot of kids that followed me had grown up listening to my music. They had all my attitude and none of my magic, and youthful enthusiasm and no offense against a knife or a handgun. I left the punk scene for all the reasons I told you, but there was a bigger reason, and I saw it in those kids' broken bodies. This road that I'm on, it leads to the grave. I got the power to make it a leisurely trip, but make no mistake, that is where I'm headed. Those kids tried to follow in my footsteps, and they wound up sprinting ahead of me instead. Better for me to stay out of the public eye and stick to the shadows. My stint as a role model was ill-advised. Any thoughts about what I said earlier? Yeah, boss, I have. It's an interesting idea, but there are risks. I'm thinking this might not be the best time to approach him about it. He's a source of magic. Remember, if our discussion turned into an argument, he could take all my magic back in a heartbeat. Then where would we be? From what you told me about the Dragon Slayer, I don't think he'd like the way you're talking. Since when was he ever encouraged you to back down from a fight? You got a point there, boss. He wouldn't want me to back down ever. Not from him. Alright, I'm gonna do this. I'll ask the Dragon Slayer about shifting priorities, I guess you'd say. Taking on some deserving organization or calling off the hunt for something more impressive than Firewing. Of course, a fight like that would never really end. I'm never gonna bring down a corp or poly club on my own lonesome. Maybe that's not a bad thing. I'd like a lot of guesswork out of my life. I don't know. If you have any thoughts on this. I've already done some damage to Humanus. How about them? Satyr Krupp. Humanus. They could be your new white whale after we're done with all this. Tempting, but like you said, I've already kicked the holy hell out of them twice. If I'm gonna do this, it needs to be a step forward. The Dragon Slayer won't be satisfied retreading old ground. They're the biggest corporation, led by honest-to-God dragon. Stomp anyone that threatens the flux. Isn't that what Berlin's all about? Interesting, that's a different approach. I like it. Hang on a second, I'll ask. Smile creeps across his face. Yeah. I think he'd like that plan just fine. That was it? That's all it took? Doesn't mince words, boss. If he didn't like the plan, he'd have told me. Well, boss, I got myself a plan, a new target to boot. I'm assuming, of course, that any of us make it through the current predicament alive. You know, Diedrich, now you got a handle on your connection with the Dragon Slayer, you could probably reach out to your old community again. Harlan's punks could benefit from your experience. I was thinking the same thing. Maybe I could give back a bit, fix some of the damage I caused in my misspent youth. After I finish dealing with the crisis in front of us, that is. Good thought anyway, I'll keep it in mind. Nothing right now, Diedrich. Alright, let's talk to Iger about our run. Talk about what happened to the engineer. I agree, I'm ready to go over it if you are. The engineer was working at a secret society. I wasn't expecting that. Neither was I. Part of me was having trouble believing, but it's true. Yuli wasn't lying. I could see it in his eyes. Have you been able to do any digging on Winter Night? No, there just isn't reliable information out there. Whoever these guys are, they're very good at information control. None of my contacts could find anything but rumor and conjecture, and most of that is too crazy to even consider. How crazy are we talking here? Completely insane. Stories about magical nukes and the end of the world. Fenris shamans, Ragnarok, that kind of thing. See, this is why I love Shadowrun, right? Because like this is like what? This would make no sense in any other like setting, but like the idea that it's like, okay, let's load up some trolls, but also we have shamans that like worship, or like not really worship, but like have teamed with Fenrir, right? But also like magic nukes, right? Like it's just crazy. There's a lot of crazy things going on in this world. That doesn't mean they're not real. Yes, there are, and no, it doesn't. But this is just too far for me to accept. There's more likely they realize these stories themselves to throw people off whatever they're really doing. Stop them cold and nest. Whatever their business is, whatever it's going to be in those crates the engineer was shipped there, is not our problem anymore. Krez Bazaar is safe and on the front at least. Yes, it is, and we've got you to thank for that. And you. Don't downplay what you did back there. Anyway, we should let it go to our heads. Still got a dragon to worry about. When I left the room to search for clues, the engineer told you something. Something that pushed you over the edge. Said a lot of things. What of it? You knew you needed him beat him badly. I worry about that lapse of control. What do you think? I want to know what he told you. All due respect, it's none of your business. I don't want to fight you on this, Ager. If it's too personal for you, we can drop it. Yeah, that'd be best. If there's something else you want to talk about, if so, if you have any other concerns, then voice them. You had a chance to play with that rifle you got from the engineer's stash. Beautiful piece of engineering. Shoots straight and with good stopping power. Holds a big magazine. Really nice gun. There's a bunch of aftermarket mods when we found it. Have you figured out what they do yet? Just one. It can tag a chambered round with an RF transmitter. After the round hits the target, the transmitter pings the designated channel, broadcasting the target's exact location to anyone listening in. Layman's terms, you can use this thing to mark a target. There's cyberware that does the same thing, and deckers do it all the time, but this is the first time I've seen this in functionality on a rifle. Not bad, not bad at all. Agreed. I've been reluctant to cart an AR along with me up until now. In my opinion, the added mid-range stopping power didn't justify the trouble of carrying another big bulky weapon into the field. Being a walking arsenal is fine and good, but it's also noisy and cumbersome. Those two things that every sniper tries to avoid. That's engineer's rifle. This thing, though, this adds enough utility. I think it's worth the extra weight. I'll find a way to make it work. That's that. Thanks for the talk. Both for the chat and for the assistance on the run. Is there anything you want to talk about? Any thoughts on the last run? Nope. Alright. Oh, interesting. That's not the end of Iger's stuff. Alright. Tante. Alrighty. Alright, so let's head on to our only other mission, which is assemble the team to travel to the OTK international offices to tap Knight Errant communications in preparation for your run against Az technology. What a mouthful. Alright, so we'll need our Decker. We'll need our Shaman. This is the new gun. Oh, interesting. It doesn't show... Oh, it must be under... It doesn't show the spells, even though I think she has the ability to summon the thing now. Let's take Glory with us. I like Glory. Alrighty. Let's move this forward. This is a small-time software developer, and it shows the company's main office is crammed up against the back wall of a massive shared office park surrounded by competing businesses and larger corporations. A steady trickle of dead-eyed wage slaves flows in and out of the complex. The office park's main entrance is overflowing with hired security, but your forged key card gets you past them easily enough. A few minutes later, you're walking in the winding corridors toward OTK International, excuse me. You're only a few smashed computers away from putting Amsel's plan into motion. Alright. Medkit. Medkit. There we go. I think we're good. Confirm. Don't really need the medkits because we have Dietrich who can heal us, I think. Passing through, you find a stretch of industrial hallway. Apparently, the company is too small to warrant such amenities as a lobby or greeting area. The rest of your team is waiting for the side entrance outside the office park and beyond the reach of the building security. Let them in should be as easy as opening a service door. Reunite with your team. They're over here. She passed by the you see a middle-aged wage slave working on a console. His back's facing the doorway. He doesn't seem to have noticed you. Sneak up behind him. So engrosses work and anything else. Duck and hide in the nearest desk. Completes his turn. He stares blankly at the door the moment and shakes his head. Needing some sleep, rubs his eyes at work. Continue working. Close combat. Choke him unconscious. Before he knows what's happening, one arm around his neck, locks it in place, and applies leverage. Thrashes against you in a few seconds, goes limp. Get that karma. Check him for any... is intact and there's no way you'd fit it, because we're a troll. That's always unfortunate. So if we were a smaller... if we were smaller meta type, we would have been able to do that. Is there anything out here? You guys see anything in the garbage? Reunite with your team? No. Hi there. Janitor's higher-looking woman in mid-30s. She's staring at you, her eyes wide surprised. Can't help but notice the alarm panel set in the wall behind her. Flick of her wrist, she could make the job infinitely more complicated. Oh, excuse me. You startled me there. Confusion as janitor faces her eyes flip from you to your teammates to the door you just left them through. Suddenly aware how out of place you look in the building. Tells you she's made the same observation. Old friend of the development team. We shared a dorm together at the University of Berlin. Uh-huh. Doesn't sound convinced. How much would it cost me to get you to step away from that alarm? Look, if you wouldn't mind hanging out right here, I think the security might have to have a word with you. Trip that alarm, and you're in, dead woman. Freezes in her tracks, the eyes wide with panic, raises her arms at her sides. Look, just don't hurt me. I have kids at home, you can go wherever you want. There's a deer caught in the headlights, the oncoming truck, the glare of the room's halogen lighting. You can see her eyes are brimming with tears. Please. I'm not going to hurt anyone if I can help it. Just move along and forget that you saw me. I promise that everything will be alright. Now as tears streaming down her from her body language, don't tell she's petrified. You've seen this before. She's not going to cause you any more trouble. Don't hurt anybody if we don't have to. Okay. So Select the Decker. Confirm. Okay, move him over there. Gonna explodes himself. Yes, go get real close to each other. That makes a whole lot of sense. You're gonna die. And then get back out for the alarm goes up. Oh, there's a restricted area. Show me your ID now. I don't have a company ID. I was sent here by Knight Errant Dispatch to check the status of the patch. Dispatch? Look, it's my first day, but the captain didn't say anything about... Don't question dispatch, son. They say jump, I jump. But if you want to step out of my way, I need to check into that console behind you and verify the patch is ready for release. Yeah, okay, go ahead. See, that we had security, so we were able to just talk right through that. That's why like these games have like multiple playthroughs. Like you can have different like conversations, save different people and stuff like that. Go ahead, do what you need to do. Don't leave this room. I want to keep an eye on you. Don't worry, I won't. Here. Okay, that's what I figured was going to happen, but... Heal myself. Attack that guy. Really? Really? He's right there. It had it for a second. What do you mean flanked? Yep. Okay. Let's go through here. Bar bomb on that guy. So he can't move. And then shoot this guy, which he will most definitely miss. Don't know how I missed that, but... Gives that guy up a... Okay. Although it's like, yeah, you have a 99% chance of hitting. Miss, miss. Cool, thanks. I love that. That's great. I'm gonna go ahead and move up here. Oh, cool. Summoned a guy. Still need to be here. Let's reduce the alarm state. And then do that. Okay. Ow. That was not good. Hit him with that. Okay, he should die on that when that thing does the damage over time. Nope, he did not die. That sucks. Okay, now he's dead. Grab this data. Okay, now we need to escape. Let's go ahead and heal. Yep, I knew I was gonna miss. Thankfully he died anyways. Okay, what's over here? Technical data server. Well, let's just go ahead and do this. It's basically just free extra damage. Oh, it's actually not extra damage. It's the same amount of damage. Yeah, those should be misses, because those are way too far out there. Let's go here. Lower the state. We do not want the alarm going off. don't know why that happens sometimes. Okay, you're dead. Okay, take this. That'll give us some extra cash flow. On our way out. What do you think you're doing until those doors are off limits? Okay, I really need to get through here anyway. Can't help you. Clear to be in this room. Under direct supervision, we can't leave our post to escort you in the other room. Just stay in this room, check your software you're at, or I'll have to call us into Central. Can't complete this check from this terminal. Gonna clear this with Central. If they give you the go-ahead, take whatever you need to be. It'll only take a minute. Wait. Central didn't send anyone here. Okay. Ow. Good grenade. Those were both misses and somehow we still got hit. You guys are... rude. Can't use haste because he... Okay, nothing to heal. Ow. 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 Rude. Okay. Haste. Tunnel. Oh. That's not gonna help us. Okay, I think we just need to get everybody out of here. Say this is gonna hurt because they're gonna shoot the heck out of him. Okay. Do you have any speed? Oh, plus 1 AP. There it is. Hearthfire. Heals the last wound of the target. So she does have the heal. Cast haste on yourself. You'll only get to move one, but it'll at least put him out of range. Confirm. Because then he'll be able to leave the next turn around. We could have done that without aggroing them. I was just curious if there was something in that room. Smooth and uneventful, Hirate's OTK must be scrambling to try to recover their losses. It's only a matter of time before they make a call. Compromised data uploaded night errant comm links are going to be rolling S technology with one hell of an advantage. Not bad for a night's work. Okay, we got 4 karma. How much is that total? 8. Perfect. I think that's exactly how much we needed to get... Yep, close combat up. So now we just gotta build up. Can we sell the financial records here? No. Okay, we must be able to sell them at our place. Ugh. I think we're making some pretty good progress. That's the last one you like to share? Okay. Before we talk to Ansel, let's go to our computer because I think we can sell those financial records that we got. Inbox for new messages, jobs directory, all pending and active jobs. Okay. Check the Alice Fund. We have 40,000. Post pay data for sale. Okay. Go back. The plan works swimmingly. I might add a patch to the Narrat on comm system. When they summon their high threat response team, we will know it. As soon as you finish resupplying, I recommend heading to that district. Commercial districts share the variety of competing corporate offices. As technology controls the largest share of the district, including the major facilities that serve it. Find the facility that you'll be raiding there. Considering the level of security as technology is running, I wouldn't count on the med evac being available on this run. In fact, I'd bet against it. That means if anyone falls unconscious in there, they'll be buried when the building collapses. Obviously, you can't let that happen. Suggest stacking up on medical supplies, leaving the cruise bazaar. Last thing. Brown Mueller sent a message while you were on the OTK run. It says that when you reach the sub-basement of the facility, you'll find a security door. The door's maglocks can be opened via voice print recognition. Sarah typically recorded your meeting. Claims that added your voice print to As Technologies. What does that mean for me? If our client is to be believed, you'll have the necessary access to open the door. The rest of the team, however, will not. When you reach that door, recommend grouping up. Only you can open it. There's no saying that you'll find on the other side. Not crazy about all these new details coming in. Should have briefed me all this earlier. Is clearly out of her depth. That said, we'll find ourselves between a rock and a hard place. We desperately need the money she's paying for the job, and we've already committed ourselves by attacking OTK. Despite lack of professionalism, we need to press forward. That means we're going to need to get past that door. We need to strike while the iron is hot. Alright. Let's get this next run of rocking and rolling, shall we? Travel to S Technology Berlin to sabotage their bloodline research project. Alright, taking the 3 we take. Confirm. Alrighty. As Technology, a giant in the worlds of technological and magical research, one of the most powerful and feared corporations on the planet. There are very few places in the world the tendrils of vast technology cannot reach. Germany is no exception. The black glass edifice of the Azi Pyramid dominates the courtyard of Zitadel Spandau. I guess that's how you say that. The countless other and more innocuous facilities that can be found all over Berlin. The lab that they maintain in the Jewel District is one of these. According to your client, the project that the Azis are working on here is dangerous. So dangerous, she's paying you to bring the entire building down. Alrighty. Client made it out to be corporate complexes, a description crowd into another, competing with the district's limited space. Lights burn in all the windows, the streets stand empty. No shoppers, no pedestrians, nothing but silence. Quiet out here. A friend of mine did a job here once, told me that the local wage slaves are all issued efficiency apartments deep inside the compound. Apparently, they got all the buildings linked up on an underground tram system. Bed to cubicle in less than 5 minutes. Most days, the poor bastards don't even get to see the sunshine. Yikes. That ain't living. It's a slow death. Just don't get wage slaves, man. I really, really don't. Sometimes that's all you get to do, man. Keep the team alive is one of the objectives. Find a package with telltale markings. Request for research data. You'll uncover the secrets. Optional. Get the project data. Okay. Okay. Clicks and connection begins to speak. Alright, that's technology complex just ready. You'll have heavy security posted on the front door. Those are as technology employees. They're dangerous to be sure, but you could probably take them without too much difficulty. Unfortunately, also have contracted Knight Errant to protect the facility. They're the ones we need to worry about. Just to reiterate, you want to keep low profile on this run. Get in and out as quickly and quietly as possible. Knight Errant keeps a high threat response team on site, and you don't want to tangle with them. Trust me on that. If you do need to go loud, give it everything you've got. You're going to be reducing the building to a smoldering crater anyway. I'd recommend stealth over a frontal assault. We won't start shooting until we run out of words. I'd begin to find an alternative path in the building, something out of sight. Once the facility calls for help, you're going to be on a tight timetable. Alright. I'm just gonna walk on past the building first. Wonder what's down this way. Looks like it's closed. Oh, I see a human dwarf in their 20s don't seem to notice your approach. Been a while. Getting worried, aren't you? She's my girlfriend, Heinrich. Of course I'm worried. She can't know herself. On the streets, yeah, but against... Just don't know. She'll be okay. I know what to do, Mira. Say messing is a bad idea. What else is supposed to do? The compound up there is lit up like a Christmas tree. Got more power than they know what to do with. We need that juice. Our solar collectors are garbage. Keep fighting the lights on. If few clouds cover, how are we going to survive the winter? Couldn't we just bought some secondhand panels? They couldn't be that expensive. We could have, sure, but Danny spent our last handful of Nuyen on those forged key cards. Should be fine any second now. You wait. Yeah, what do you want? Going up against As technology? Not going up against anything. Do we look like Shadowrunners to you? Just improvising, staying in on business. The only way we can. Could you use some help? Sounds like your friend gotten himself in trouble. We'll be fine. What we don't need is a stranger butting in our business. Just go away. We'll have a nice day. It's a professional. She can help us. Please. What we do need your help. Just doesn't want to admit it. It's bad for As technology. It's good for me. I'll help you out. Thank you too. Give a spare key card. I'm gonna fix this. Mistrust in her eyes, but after a moment, she begins to fish around her bag. Produces hands it to you. This will get you in the utility tunnel. Danny went down there about half an hour ago. Said she'd be back in 10 minutes. Find her for us and bring her back safe. Alright. Take a closer look. Cursory inspection shows that the hatch is mag-locked. Really sophisticated for the looks of it. Sort of used to authorize keycard. There's no way of getting past this thing. Audible thunk. The hatch props open. Utility tunnel below. Alright, let's go hopefully find their friend. Lock appears to be short-circuited. Ah, they got some drones on them. Instant, you sighted the scene in front of you. Young elf dressed in the same shabby chic clothes the cafe kids were. Corner, no place to run. Ready to go. Drones are low grade, but they're armed. Annie's hands are empty. She's in trouble, she knows. If utility you're seeing, it's over her face. Here's detected weapons detected. Lethal force authorized. Look out. Ah, we can take some drones, dude. We can take some drones. That ain't nothing. Looks you up and down. When she finishes sizing you up, puts her hands on her hips and smiles. Used to the rescue, takes a pair to bring a weapon into As technology territory. Everybody knows that they shoot first if you're packing. I wouldn't have risked it. Life in the shadows is all about taking risks. Well, life running a soy calf shop is a little more my speed. There aren't risks. There's always a chance that some drunk will break your windows or a gang will try to shake you down for protection. Those things I can handle, but this... Yeah, I'll admit it. I got in over my head, but only a little bit. The drones wouldn't have shot me. I wasn't armed, but I wasn't looking forward to spending the next week in an interrogation cell. I heard stories. They're true, love. Words of the wise, if you're fool enough to try something like this again, carry a gun. Better to be shot than to let them take you. I'll take your word for it. I'm not planning on making a habit of this. Power condo is found. I shouldn't need to. Taps all hooked up and ready. Impressive. Wasn't convinced you could pull it off. Yeah, well, it's amazing what you can teach yourself to do when your livelihood depends on it. Yep. Yeah, looks like a pretty solid connection. Nice soldering job on those contacts there. I'd say you're good to go. You know, we could use this setup to our advantage. Wouldn't be too hard for me to manufacture a power spike from here. Could overload the power grid without disabling generator safety overrides. Wouldn't cause any permanent damage, but the confusion might give us an opening to get into the building. Your call, of course. Just should bring it up. Whoa, hold on. If you do that, they'll trace it. Find the power tap and they'll come down on us. We just saved your life. You owe us. You also have someone who cares. I can't chance getting caught in there. Its stakes are too high. We can make it worth your while. No, you can't. There's nothing you give us that would make up for what you're talking about doing, so please just drop it, okay? Um, the needs of the many outweigh the needs of the few. Sorry, you're right. Nobody needs that kind of heat. I'll find another way in. Thanks. You know, some people say that Shadowruns are root through criminals, guns for hire, just out for the money. And good to see that isn't always the case. I'm gonna bail on out of here. I've been stuck in this tunnel too long already. Like you said, the others are worried. If there's anything that we can do for you, come by the shop. You'll be welcome to our place for life. And then you can overload it anyways. Wow. That's messed up. That's real messed up. Yeah, we're not gonna touch it. Overload. That's Shadowrun. That is Shadowrun. Jesus. Yikes. Nah, we're not gonna do that to them. Thanks for helping us keep off our tails. If Annie had been captured, would have been bad. Worse than bad. A lot worse. Anyways, thanks for the rescue. We owe you a lot. If there's anything we can do, let us know. Alright, so we're gonna have to find another means of entry. Marble distance injection molded. You just hanging out there? Okay, we got a locked door back here. LTG worker. And back to our work. Let me fix this panel. Let's take a look at the panel. Yeah, you're right. I looked up to you. Look, I really appreciate the help, but I have to do this myself. I'm already way behind. The corporate's gonna have my butt if I don't get it done before lunch. Let me ask you a question. Do you value your kneecaps? Swallow steps back from the panel. I'm a big fan of my kneecaps. Tell you what, I'm gonna climb back in my van and drive them somewhere far, far away. Sounds good. LTG box. Have your decker arrive for the loading dock door. We're just gonna go on here. Again, that's why I love. See, that's why I love tabletop games, right? Because that's kind of how those kind of things work, right? Is you when you're playing a tabletop, this is based on a tabletop. If you don't know, Shadowrun is a tabletop game. It's actually been out almost as long as D&D. The original Shadowrun came out in 1979, I believe. So it's almost been out as long as D&D. I think D&D came out in like 75-ish. I want to say like 73, 75-ish. And Shadowrun came out in like 79. So just a few years after D&D. And you get those situations, right, like in tabletops where you're like, okay, you have someone who's like gives you a potential means of entry. How do you want to approach that, right? And you have like intimidation, you have charisma, you have background, right? Like you have all these things that you can draw on as a player that you can use. So it's like, okay, well, I'm playing the street samurai troll, right? So I'm not going to be wheeling and dealing using charisma. That's not how my character rolls. But I could walk up and be like, okay, look, I need that panel there. Do you value your kneecaps? That person's like, you know what? I value my kneecaps. I'm just going to hop in my van and just take those kneecaps somewhere else, right? That would be a successful roll, right? So I would, like, usually you'd have to roll for something like that. And in Shadowrun, it's based on, like, how skillful you are with that stuff. So in Shadowrun, usually you have, like, a pool of D6s. So it's like, if you're really skilled in something, you would have a bunch of D6s you would roll, and it would be based on, like, the number of hits you would get on those D6s. I'm not going to go into super detail because obviously that's a whole different thing. But like that's what's so much fun about tabletops is just those kinds of fun moments of like, how do you want to solve this situation? Because we could have done all sorts of things there, right? We could have overloaded the generator. We probably could have talked our way through the front door with certain charisma or certain like security skills or whatever, right? Or we could have charismaed that person, or maybe we could have used tech skills. Like there's just so many things you can do in tabletops And that's why, like I always tell people, like, if you get a chance, you can find a good group, because there are, don't get me wrong, there's definitely some bad groups out there. Not because the group themselves is bad, is because usually whoever's like running the group is like maybe not a safe person to run the group, or maybe there's unsafe people at the table. That does, unfortunately, it does happen from time to time. You've actually seen, if you've seen over the past like 5 years or so, in the tabletop scene, there has been occurrences of bad people at the head of the table or in the player pool. It does happen, unfortunately, but when you do find like good groups of like good people, good game masters and stuff like that, like if you can find those groups, like take a chance and actually play. Like, especially in things other than D&D. Like, I know a lot of people are like, I don't have an interest in fantasy. Fantasy is not my thing. That's fine. There's so many other kinds of tabletops. There's superhero tabletops. There's sci-fi tabletops. There's things like Shadowrun, which is fantasy and cyberpunk mixed together. There's just cyberpunk tabletops. There's actually a tabletop that I own that's based on the show Altered Carbon. There's just cyberpunk tabletop. It's based what Cyberpunk 2077 is based on. That's its own tabletop. It's called Cyberpunk Red, which is that cyberpunk thing is actually predates Cyberpunk 2077. But Cyberpunk Red came out after that, so it's a little confusing. But so like there's just cyberpunk tabletops, right? So there's just so many different tabletops. There's things based on the Legend of Zelda. I think there's a Pokemon tabletop. There's a Witcher tabletop. So like even your favorite franchises have their own tabletops. Now, not all of them are well designed or fun to play sometimes, but you know, there's a whole bunch of different tabletops, and if you ever get a chance to play them, like, take that chance, you know, try them out. And they might not be for you, or that specific rule set might be a little too complicated or whatever, but like they're worth playing because it really sparks such like great imagination and such creativity. And like, even if you're like, oh, I don't know about the role playing stuff, like I don't know if I could get into character and stuff, don't worry about that stuff, right? Just playing and just getting into it and being around friends or people that are enjoying themselves doing that stuff can be really, really worth your time. Again, Shadowrun is by far my favorite setting because you've got magic, you've got, you know, sci-fi with the cyberpunk, you've got fantasy, like, of course, like I said, with the magic, but you also got like orcs and trolls and elves and spirits, and like, it's just, I love Shadowrun. Now, Shadowrun is very complex to run because it's essentially 3 different games in one. You have the tech side of stuff, you have the regular side of stuff, and then you have the magic side of stuff, and it's all crammed together into one game. So it's very complex to run. It's also could be very complex to play. So I would say it's probably the least beginner friendly tabletop. There is one version of it called Shadowrun Anarchy that's supposed to be more beginner friendly. I haven't played that one myself, but yeah, if you ever get a chance to do tabletops, take a chance, play them, you know, give them a shot, because they can be a lot of fun for instances like that, right? Where you can have those like little silly interactions that can just be a lot of fun. But anyways, let's get back to this. The glittering halls of Ez Technology facility stand up in a sharp contrast to the Megacorp's unsavory reputation. By the way, the reason why they keep mentioning the reputation of Az Technology is known to do blood magic, which is basically banned everywhere except in Az Technology. So Az Technology is frowned upon basically across the world because they're known to do blood magic, but like they kind of put on the facade that like, oh, we don't do blood magic, but everyone knows they do blood magic. You're not supposed to do blood magic. Also, you might notice this thing is called Bloodline. Hint, hint. Everything here screams money, from the mirror polish to the floor on the floors to the obsidian inlays on the walls. The generators and the Bloodline project lie somewhere beneath your feet. So, if you're wondering why it keeps mentioning the reputation, that's why. There have been no alerts thus far. Hopefully you'll continue to avoid detection as you make your way through the building. If alert goes out, I'll get you an ETA on the reinforcements. Hopefully it won't come to that. I've marked an elevator on your PDA. Start making your way there if I were you, the most efficient path to reach your objective. Okay. Alright, so it looks like it's through secure door 3. But okay, and get to the security cameras. Okay, let's get a exploder. I'm gonna take a step back. Hey D-Man, how you doing today? We want to get to the cameras, the door controls, and the elevator controls. We want to get back out of here. It gives us full control of everything without raising the alarm. And then we can go reset the alarm level down a little bit. And get out of here. Okay. The reason why we want security cameras is because of this right here. This gives us access to see everything. Okay, so there was somebody in here. We can't see into secure 4. We've got to be careful. If we can get into this elevator room without getting spotted... Oh, okay. I wonder if we can load. Let's load. Okay, I want to see if we can do this without getting spotted. I don't know if there's a way to, like, sneak. Okay, so we need to make sure we autosave after we get all of the... There was a way to secure our or to activate our team without having to go into this view, but exploder. Move him up a little bit. Now all of these should get close to the exploder, which is good. And the exploder does explodey. And then we go here with this on this guy. It's fine if we miss, because this guy will take one hit and then we'll be done. Really? 87% and 3 misses? Okay. Let's go ahead and lower the level. that's gonna get that all done. We'll make a save after we get out of here so we don't have to do this again. Okay. So we'll save here. Do a quick save and then we'll do a manual save. That way we have that. Okay, how do we... That's interesting. I'm curious how we're supposed to... not get caught by that guy. Hmm. Okay. Oh. Interesting. So they see us here. Load game. And the thing is, I don't think I can, like, sneak up on them and, like, knock them out or anything. I wonder if I can... Because there's a door right here, right? So I wonder what's through here. Terminal. Scan its contents. Pay data, okay. Well, that's helpful. Okay, maybe we just need to watch... Okay, where did they go from here? Okay, so they go... here. Okay, so they kind of go in a triangle pattern. So I think once they go from here to, like, here, we need to just follow them. Yeah, okay. That's what we needed to do. We needed to follow them. Your stomach lurches slightly as the elevator plummets downward into the bowels of S Technology Facility. A faint but omnipresent thrumming sound raises the hair on the back of your neck. The deeper you go, the more certain you become. This place is vibrating with power, both the generators and from something else. Ooh. Afraid I have some bad news. The high threat is on its way. The matter of time before they close on your position. You'll never make it back to the elevator in time, but I found another exit for you. The security door near the generators. I'll mark it on your PDA. When you're ready to make your egress, it's your best call. Expect heavy resistance. Oh, interesting. Even though we were stealthy? 19 turns. Okay. Okay. Blitz to go here. Okay, you're dead. I missed. That sucks. Go here. Claws. Okay. Open door. Can't use that right now. So maybe if I get here. Alright, you're almost there. When your control panel has the generators, the password is Zottle, which will allow you to disengage their safety override. Set the destruct and get out. See you back at the cruise bazaar. Okay, I'm confused. I thought I needed to use it at this, like, thing right here, but I guess not. What? Oh, I think we have to have everybody in here, is what he said. Some people coming from over there. Wow. Why would you run past him? Really? That looked like it hit him, but apparently didn't. Now they can't move, which is good. Yeah, I can't interact with that, so I'm just gonna have to Wow. Love these hit rates. So good. Okay, open the blast door. Hi there. What does this do? Slash followed by kick, pierces armor, may do AP damage. Let's do that to you. I hate this missing. Good. He's right next to you, please. That's fine. What is this? Security cameras. Fine, we'll take control of those. That's fine. That'll give us eyes on everything. Okay. There's some cells. There's a bunch of people in there. Let's get here. Why can you not cast... Oh, because he moved. That would make sense. Yep. Accuracy. Dead. Yikes. Okay. Let's go to the other side. Please hit this guy. Thank you. Jesus Christ. It's like 70%. Still misses. Okay. Good. Haste. Thank you. Do we have our legs back? Yes, we do. No. No, we don't. Okay. You do have that back, though. Alright. Bam. Bam. Guess I can send Glory to go ahead and open this door. Okay, what does this do? Faculty operation records. Go ahead. Grab those. Scan nodes for pay data. Nothing of value, hundreds of logs. Okay. Logistic report. So that is useless to us. Okay, so now we just need to get out of here. Alright. Move on to the next. It'll take a little bit for our buddy to catch up with us, but that's fine. The biometric scanner is there. Okay, so that's... not enough AP. There's two get you there. All right. We have 9 turns until the response gets there. Step away. Okay, open up authorization. Access granted. Door slides open, revealing figures wearing green cloaks. Tallest figure stands in front of you, slight smile. Ah, at last our intruder arrives. See, Blood Mage. You're a Shadowrunner here on a job. This much is obvious, so tell me, who sent you here? Ask me again nicely. Such insolence, such hubris, so very, very foolish. You will answer my questions whether you want to or not. Cruel smile, Singer smooth notion. Draws along his own forearm, leaves strips of blight redness. He's still smiling. Reach for your weapon. Reach for your weapon, but too slowly, much too slowly. Horrible twisting racks your guts. As you struggle to keep your footing, you hear grunts of pain from all around you. Your teammates doubling over in agony. Your blood mage stands impassively, his lips slightly parted. This perchance feels from every syllable a knife in your stomach. Your tongue feels strangely thick, and to your horror it begins moving of its own accord. You're crawling, probing, straining against the roof of your mouth, struggling for a release. Somehow, at instructive level, you know this sensation will only grow and grow. You speaking the truth is the only way to stop it. Body 6. Suffer through it. It's hideous, but you're tough as nails. You ignore it and let your mind go somewhere else. It works, but only just barely. The pain is getting worse. Oh. Act now, you eventually give in a matter of time. Give in and tell the truth. Let your jaw will spill out of you. Come in a torrent of flood. Tell them about the job, about your Amsel, Monica, Green Winters, everything. It's very enlightening. Thank you for your cooperation. I'm sure to tastefully memorialize you in my report. Wow, that sucked. I did not mean to give that to Glory, but that's fine. Where's the blood mage at? Come here, punk. Oh, they're all blood mages. Okay. one blood mage down. Nice heal. Finally get him in the room. Alright, finish off this guy. Yeah, you're stunned. Okay, we should probably haste. You're dead. Oh, that was actually a really good shot. Actually, let's tear through your armor first. Oh, you don't want to... Oh, that's the blood mask. Oh no, it's a putrid. Where'd that other guy go? There he is. Okay. We should be able to kill them. And Glory can kill you. We should desummon that. I think you should check this out, might be important. Okay. Talk to the test subject. Oh god, I can't do all of this stuff at once, guys. Terminal's lock seems to be anyway. Unlocking from here is connected to a number of other terminals room. The Decker could probably... Okay. Isn't there... There's a place to jack in. Could have swore there was a place to jack in on this side. Yep, right there. Glory can't make it to that door yet, but if she does this... Heal. Let's do that. Okay, the height threat's gonna be a problem. Let's move you through here. That's the generator. Okay, you jack in. Okay. We'll go talk to this guy. Stares at a cell with its red-rimmed eyes, body marked with obvious signs of mistreatment and neglect. He opens his mouth to speak and closes it again, swallows hard. He tries again, the voice comes to... You have killed the masters. You have slaughtered them like lambs. How is that possible? You want me to get you out of there? Me out? How could I go out? It is a place. It is my place to be in this cage. It is what we are bred for. But you killed the masters. It is our place to die, not theirs. If you want to die, that can be arranged. Want? It's not our place to want. My brothers and I are grown here, just stated in the tanks to serve our purpose. Purpose? What purpose are you talking about? We are test subject. Our purpose to suffer and die. Utterly a matter of fact. If anything bothers him, it doesn't show it. In doing so, we provide useful research data. It is what we are made for. What can you tell me about the Bloodline Project? The mages wake us from our slumber, sometimes in two, sometimes more. One is taken to another part of the facility, the testing lab. The rest remain in their cells. The mages run their tests. The entire group dies. So the mages do something to one of you, and the entire group feels the effects? Yes, they haven't chosen a subject for my group yet, but when they do, my death will come. I won't hear the chanting, I won't see the mage, but I will share in the suffering, and I will die. Then another will be grown to take my place. This is going to happen to you. I'm busting you and your brothers out of here. Out, but our purpose. From now on, your purpose is to do whatever the hell you want. To get ready to run, I'm going to bust you out of here. Yes, we will run, all of us. Thank you. I'm gonna put us here because we're about to have to deal with a high threat response. Alright. That's the east door. Okay, there is something. I was gonna say, is there gonna be a place for the actual... high threat team... Okay. Put him there. Let's bring Glory back in here if we can. Not enough AP. Free. Exploder. Bloodline terminal access. Oh, okay. Exploder is not very durable. Got it. Oh, okay, they come through this door. up. Okay. Oh, there's one more. Ouch. Okay. So we need to go over here, actually. All right. Heal himself. Go back through here. Go here. Okay, we got one more area we gotta do for the other cell. That'll free the last prisoner. Come on, hit him, please. Nope, didn't think so. Okay, I can use the computer now. I should probably do that. Copy data for later analysis. Go here. %, misses. Gotta love them. Really? Okay. Last door. Alright, now we need him to get the heck out of there. Test subjects are free. And we need to get the heck out of here. Oh, we need 3 to do that. Okay. I'm fine. Let's just move up. Nice. Out of ammo. Okay. Reload. Slash. Open door. We do have our thing again. Movement. Haste. Okay, we'll take out this. Hey, welcome in, Spiked Bankai. How you doing today? Okay, and then we'll hit the generator controls. Disable generator override. We need a password. Bloodline? Overload. How do... Wait, what? Do we have the password? Oh yeah, that is. It's the Zottle. these people are coming. Okay. Okay, how do you spell that? Xolotl. Hope you're having a good day. Well, that's good to hear. Yeah, we're doing pretty good. Just trying to get through this this mission here, but I love Shadowrun, so Xolotl. Xolotl. Perfect. Overload generators. Tremors rocks facility, shaking the ground underneath your feet. Generator overload imminent. Please evacuate the facility. That's it. Let's listen to the nice lady and get the hell out of here. You ever seen it before? Yeah. We haven't played it since July, but I love Shadowrun. It's my favorite setting of all time. It's basically what if Cyberpunk and D&D were meshed together? So you get elves, orcs, trolls, but in a cyberpunk setting. So it's absolutely amazing. I did not know I was going to have to jack into this door. Hello? Why would I have to jack in? I should have done this beforehand. This is not good. I'm gonna haste this guy because he's got to get over here. Another locked door. Yeah, that's a problem. That's a big old problem. That's a big old problem. Because we have 5 turns to get that door unlocked and get out of here. This better be the easiest lock in history, because otherwise we are screwed. Okay. No, not that. We want exploder. And then we want... Okay. I'm gonna put the exploder here. Explode. Okay. It kinda hurt. Uh-oh. I just dump shocked myself. I did not think I was gonna be that close to the explosions. How long am I dump shocked for? We might have just messed up. Okay. Okay, no, they still stay at that health. That was a mistake on my part. I thought the 2 explosions would kill them, but it didn't. It instead killed me. Okay. Door. Okay, door unlocked. And we're out. Ow. That's one person out. That's 2 people out. That's 3 people out. That is everybody out. That's everybody out, including the prisoners. Gradually, the ringing in your ear clears and the world comes into focus. Generator overload did its job, as Frau Mueller said it would. As technology facilities were reduced to a smoldering crater strewn with chaotic jumble of cracked marble, melting plastic, and broken support beams. Barely make out the faint wail of approaching sirens. They're still far away, but they won't be for long. Wow, that was intense. Nothing I couldn't handle, of course, but it was a little more dramatic than I was expecting. We just leveled an AS technology facility blitz. Intense barely begins to cover it. Yeah, guess that's true. Sudden gust of wind, smokes, and dust in the air. It's funny, I've heard a lot of rumors about AS technology over the years, stories about making monsters and consorting with evil spirits, that sort of thing. I always assumed they were urban legend at best, or xenophobia at worst. Definitely not true at any rate. Looks like I was wrong. The AS technologies are boogeyman, just like the story says. It's enough to make a man rethink some things. Do you have anything to worry about, Dietrich? Any chance AS Technology Corporate could use blood magic to track us? An explosion like that? Nah, boss, not a chance. Anything we might have left behind, any blood or skin or hair, and cooked right through. Be fine if we get out of here. Approaching sirens go louder, and now they're accompanied by another sound, the whine of approaching rotocraft. What they were doing in there was wrong. More than that, it was terrible. They had to be stopped, and we stopped them. It's as simple as that. But what of us? We have no purpose now. It is not supposed to happen. It is wrong. Without our masters to guide us, what we will do. This again, I already told you. Your lives are your own. Quit complaining. Whatever you want to do, you're free now. You're not supposed to be anything. Find yourselves a new purpose and make it a good one. It's not too late to join your masters. The crater's right there. Feel free to hop in. You're not supposed to be anything. Find yourselves a new purpose and make it a good one. We will try. Approaching sirens go louder than our company and having this one. Okay, we already said that. Retreat to the Crow's Bazaar. Ooh boy, what a mission that was. By the way, everything from this point on, I've never done that mission. Like all this stuff is new to me. I had gotten basically to the point of Glory's mission, everything. So all of this is going to be new. Memories of the explosion that toppled AS Technology Facility. Keep your company on the ride back to Cruz Bazaar. You barely managed to outrun the blast. Now the facility lies buried under thousands of kilograms of twisted rebar and reinforced concrete. No doubt a considerable blow to AS Technology's activities here in Berlin. Mission successful. It's time to get paid. Time to get paid. Find someone to decipher the data. Just checking in. Appreciate that room. I can got some big shoes to fill around here. I try. Try harder times on the other side. You still think us leaderless? Not sure yet. Seen too many times. I'm sure. I wonder if they can decipher it. Nope, doesn't seem like it. What about Cammy? You've been busy. Gossip travel fast, doesn't it? Not gossip, it's work. Survival, really. If you think that needs survival working like this, well, you know. You know, if you do not spy, how will you know who's boss? If you don't know, maybe you shouldn't be playing. Tell is important. You think of the lesson when you're older, don't you think? What does that mean? Phil, I mean a hard life for a kid. To really gather intel, you need some street smarts. You're still wet behind the ears. Surprised what I know. I don't seem like perceptive type, so that's to be expected. Better things to do right now than get ticked. We'll chat later, okay? Okay. So let's see if we can find someone to decipher this tech. Wonder the shower street rat's business is picking up. What does it look like? Pope of the Vatican? Give her a soy calf. Put on my account. Large soy calf? You are a generous one. Afford such a gesture? And a scone. I was gonna say it. And a scone as well. Nothing too good. Oh, desirable, ample one, man. Keeps eating his weight in baklava and pastries. Who am I to care? This liquor in my travels worth anything? Not quite. I've seen cases of this for less. Could offer you maybe 10. Sure, I got no use for it. Okay. Make a little bit of cash off of that. Decide what to do with the as technology, decipher it. Oh, we can delete it. Check your inbox for new messages, your continued assistance. Sign his appreciation, we decided to reward you with a piece of biotech. Managed to go see Dr. Isabel. Okay. Shadowrun. Claim payment for sold pay data. Wow, got basically nothing for that. Post pay data for sale. Post data from the Technology Blood Mages terminal? Oh, no, that's just selling it. Ask Technology DNA donor list. Walk away. Found someone who could. I need to find someone who could read the data that we lifted. Brass. Any thoughts? You're on your own there. I have no idea. I don't even know why you took it in the first place. We're out down the building to bury this information. Flashing around here, the fact that it's the most professional move. Complex needed to be buried. It was an atrocity. Glad we put a stop to it. Saving the clones was a bold move. It would have been easier to leave them there and consider them collateral damage, but it was the right choice. Okay. Glad you agree. Got a job and don't have any more time to talk. Okay. Do we have a job to prepare for? Any updates on Alexander? That's the last run you'd like to share. Get a chance to go up against it's a lucky day. I feel about freeing those clones. It might have been kinder to put them out of their misery. It was your call, though. Nothing new for you, no time to waste. You have Alice's money, and we need that information. Get to rabbit hole and hurry back. Pay data from these files. Can't read them, but I have my suspicion. I believe you walked out of the facility with the very information I wanted you to destroy. I suggest that you delete this. From Tuller, this information is dangerous. If you're determined to know what it says, you could try the Talismonger. You no doubt translate it for you. I'd like to ask you about another member of the team. Oh, interesting. So I wonder if this data is a spell. Customary table litter with cigarette butts, heavy bags. Okay. You don't look so good. No, I imagine I don't. I'm guessing the rescue attempt didn't go so well. No, it did not. Turns out she didn't need to be rescued. Last, not before I showed up. Didn't really want to go into the sea, so there's a bridge version. I made a mess of things. With your world-class skills, how could I have that happen? I don't know. I really don't. Hit the data node just like last time. Navigating was a breeze. It's the beginning. Must have beefed up the security over the past year. You don't say. All going well, but I guess I must have tripped something. To blink eye, there were alarms going off. I had a black ice bearing down on me from all directions. I thought I was a dead man. How'd you make it out? Mill found me and, she rescued me. I'd have been ecstatic to see her if I wasn't so ashamed. She didn't look particularly happy. That's bad. Did she make it out okay, too? Last I saw the meal, she was being chased down by black guys. They got a trace on her. Then she must have jacked out because she just disappeared. Looked really, really angry. Livid would be the better word. That's about it. She's gone. I don't know if I'll hear from her again. That's something, right? Yeah, I guess so. How's the words? You can't see hope on his face flicker and die. If anything, he looks more miserable than he did before. What's going on, buddy? Glances the red-rimmed eyes, averts his gaze. Without a word, he turns the terminal so you can read the message on the screen. Congratulations, you managed to blow an op 5 years in the making and endanger Emil's life, all in one fell swoop. Thanks to you, you're gonna have to work very hard to keep your ex alive. Don't bother looking for her again. She's being moved somewhere very, very far away. She never wants to speak with you again, by the way. Idiot. Feed him equality information. Oh, wow. She was working for them. At least you know she was working... Ouch. Did you suspect that something like this was going to happen? You let me go in there. Did you know it was going to... Of course not. How could I? I don't know. I guess I'm just on edge right now. I know that you can't see right now, but having Emil out of your life is a good thing. From what he described, sounds like your relation. The fact of the matter is you steered yourself into the mess. Stop trying to lay blame and take a look at your own actions. I was going to mess this up. Now that you've acknowledged that, you can make an effort to change. Maybe it's too late for me, Emil. I can still try to be the man that she hoped I could be. Go ahead and do your social and make sure it's out of the system. Good, I plan to leave you to it. I got some thinking to do. Oh, that's the end of Blitz's storyline. So Iger's story's not done? That's interesting. Alright, let's talk to... I'm gonna quick save before we talk to Algernon. I'm very curious what he's gonna say about... this data. I have a question for you, if you don't mind. Found some data on job written in a foreign language. Maybe you could take a look? Of course, hand it me if you will. This is an abomination. You would do well to delete it. What is it? Nothing that should exist. You are looking for specifics. You will continue asking until you have them. It's impetuousness of youth. Very well. I'll try to provide knowledge that you seek. There is a great power in blood. It can be used as a focus, a battery, or a bridge. The blood mages of Tenochtitlan are widely feared for their proficiency in abusing. This project, this bloodline, seeks to abuse the power of blood in a novel and horrifying way. With the techniques described in this document, a spellcaster could use a person's blood as a magical conduit. In layman's terms, a spell could be channeled through a father to kill his son, through a niece to kill her aunt. Anyone with hereditary connection to the original target, regardless of distance. Do you see the ramifications of this? Do you understand what this means? Were the project completed, were the techniques described to be perfected, no one would be safe. You could run and hide, you could go to ground, you could bury yourself a mile of concrete. It would not matter. As long as technology could find a blood connection to their prey, they could target them, and it would be fatal. Hands back to PDA. This is yours. You have heard my counsel. I will leave the rest to you. Wow, that's what Project Bloodline is? That is messed up. That is like legitimately the best assassination technique you could ever develop, right? Basically, as long as someone has a blood relative, you could kill them. Just period. If they perfected it, they could kill anyone as long as they had a blood relative. Yeah, we're gonna delete that now. No one's getting their hands on that. No thanks, bye. Just gonna boop, delete that data. No, thank you. That is a big nope from me. No one should ever... Yeah, that's worth leveling a building over. That is definitely worth leveling a building over. Absolutely. Oh my god. Oh boy. Okay, we have 18, so this would be... Okay, so we need 3 more. Jesus. What a thing to find out. See, that's why I wanted to research it, because I knew someone was going to tell us what it was about, but man... That's crazy. Imagine if that kind of thing existed, though. Because the thing is like, how would they, like, they would know it's blood magic, but like, how would you trace it back? Right? Like if a blood mage had that ability, like if they could perfect that ability, it's just like, you would have to figure out where that mage is. But if someone was like, okay, say they contracted a mage to do that thing, they could just then kill the mage off. And then you would never know who did the original assignment, right? You would just... like, that's insane. That's crazy, man. Okay. Do we need a... We need to get paid from our job, I think. That is crazy. Jobs directory, my payment. Pops on the screen. Seeing the message of Flit. You're receiving this message. I fled the country and able. Don't worry, you're still getting paid. I made the appropriate preparations. Thank you for helping me. Do not attempt to contact me again. As far as the world and my former employers are concerned, I am buried under a ton of rubble. It's best I remain that way. Payment, deductions, salary, deductions for the Alice funds, remainder 6,000. All right, and that's enough to do the Alice fund. Transfer to the override, current admin. Speak with me when you're ready to proceed with Alice payment. Okay, fine with it. Now I do want to check, because we do have cash. We need to go see if we can get some better armor and weapons before we move forward, because something tells me that once we go for that Alice fund, we might be heading into the last act of this. Is this the guy that sells us our weapons? Yeah. Alright, let's look at melee weapons first. Okay, we have this one. Let's see, how much amount? We got 12,000. We could go up to this, which would give us just a little bit more damage, but 1 strength and 5 HP, close combat and 5 HP, ranged, quickness. Okay, I think we're basically okay on that. Okay, so is there anybody else that sells stuff we need to check out? Ah, here we go. Formula Jazz. Tell me what you got. Alright, so now you can make jazz. Okay, let's check cybernetics as well. We could probably spend some cash on some cyberware. Since it seems like weapons aren't really gonna... Let's check cyberware. Alright. Raise fluorinated quickness and strength. Could we could put that in our left arm. Quickness and dodge. Willpower, intelligence. This is what's really cool. Stuff like this, the toxic exhaler. So like literally you get a venom sac. So like if you get like close to them, you can go and just like breathe poison into their face. It's so cool. Like and then like this too, you have like a flash eye, like an eye flashbang, so you can blind them. What does this do? +1 body. Okay, so our I wish there was a way to break it down by body. Oh, there is. If we select body, it shows us all the body. So we have a thing that just gives us +1 body. Do we have anything that gives us +1 body and something else? This is +1 body and 2 armor. This is body and strength. I think the body and armor would make sense. Okay. Let's go with that. Spec arm. Could go quickness and strength. Incoming damage reduced by 3, but in strength reduced by 1 though. Strength and health, okay. HP, quickness, and dodge. This would be the best thing to put here. Could do that. We don't really need to hit. We go like that, right? And not... Okay, I don't think we can put any more because we don't have the essence for it. So let's... By the way, essence affects your magic, which we're not using magic, so we don't have to worry about that. But, alright, so now we got some stat boost from cyberware. Get all cybered up. Very cool, very cool. So I think it says we need to talk to Amsel. First, let's make sure we save. Save, confirm. And with that, save and confirm. I think we will call it a stream. So, thank you everybody for joining me tonight. Hopefully, it's good to be back to Shadowrun for you all. I love Shadowrun. Again, Shadowrun is absolutely my favorite setting of all time. I love the mixture of fantasy and I Flash from Zack Flash. Nice. But I love the mixture of fantasy and cyberpunk. Like I've loved this tabletop for years. I've wanted to play these games since I started streaming. So it's nice to finally actually get to these games. The biggest problem I have is they are slower games, right? Like they're tactical combat and it's a lot of reading. So I know they're not the kind of thing that a lot of people enjoy. Like I said, they're basically the closest thing to you'll get to me reading audiobooks. So if you like my voice, best thing for you to watch. If you don't like my voice, they are probably the worst thing for you to watch. So I do apologize if you're not a big fan of my voice. Although if you're not a big fan of my voice, I'm not sure why why you're hanging out in the channel. But that being said, I do appreciate everybody coming out. As for tomorrow is Tuesday, I believe. Well, technically today, we will be back with the two games we'll be doing tomorrow are more Ghost of Tsushima in the afternoon and Dark Cloud in the evening. So we're going to rotate. Our evenings are going to rotate between Dark Cloud and Shadowrun. Once we get done with Dragonfall, we're going to go into the next game. There is one more Shadowrun game to play. We have played Returns before we did Dragonfall. Then we're going to finish up Dragonfall. And after we're done with Dragonfall, we're going to do Hong Kong. So there's one more Shadowrun game after this one. And it will take place in Hong Kong. So we'll have been in 3 different places in Shadowrun. We'll have been in Seattle, we'll have been in Berlin, and then we'll be going to Hong Kong for the final game. But we will stick with making our Trolls Street Samurai in all 3 games. But like I said, as for next evening stream, we will be going back to Dark Cloud to make some more progress in that game. But in the afternoon stream, we are going to play more Ghost of Tsushima. And I've basically announced it. Once we get done with Ghost of Tsushima, unless something changes within the next few streams of this, we're probably going to follow up and play the sequel, which is Ghost of Yotai. I don't know too much about Ghost of Yotai, so I'm interested to actually get into that one. But we've got plenty of Ghost of Tsushima. We actually have the DLC of this, which we did not play. We actually didn't play a whole lot of... We're basically to the part of the game where we just kind of beelined for the ending in our first playthrough. So we're actually going to see a whole lot of content in this game that we did not see in our first playthrough 5 years ago. So if you did not see that playthrough, that is what we're going to be doing. And also, again, do remember that on Friday, our evening stream will be Chrono Cross. And also there will be no afternoon stream on Thursday because I have a doctor's appointment. So that is what's coming up this week. So, again, thank you so much for being here. If you haven't already, please do hit the follow button. I'm going to take a drink of water because that's been a lot of reading. That's the only reason why we had to slow down on the Shadowrun, because it's a lot of reading. If you haven't already, please do hit the follow button to follow us free. Helps the channel out tremendously. Or if you're over there on YouTube, the subscription button. Also, feel free to share us out with your friends, your family, your Discord communities. We are family friendly here, even when the game isn't. Everyone is welcome as long as they are kind. That is it. That is the only prerequisite. Also, follow the description lets you know when we go live. Our evening streams are live at 10 p.m. Central Time US. Not sure what time it's for you locally. Down in the panels, there's an extension, as well as the Twitch schedule should tell you when we go live for your time zone. Does the math so you don't have to. And finally, if you miss any of our playthroughs, the VODs are here on Twitch for 30 days and on YouTube for the foreseeable future. If you're here on Twitch, the link to the YouTube should be at the top of chat. And if you're on YouTube, well, you're already there. Check out the live section, check out the videos, and check out the playlists. That's where you'll find all the stuff. If you want to go back and watch our Shadowrun Returns or the beginning part of Dragonfall, those should already be in the playlist, but we haven't touched those since July, so you might have to scroll a little bit to find those, or I guess you can just search them up. It is YouTube. But again, thank you so much for being here. Thank you for joining us. Again, I love Shadowrun. I could probably talk about Shadowrun for hours. It is, again, my favorite setting of all time. I wish there was more games. Like, honestly, my perfect game would probably be a Cyberpunk 2077-esque Shadowrun, like, MMO. Like, if those three things could, like, meld into one, that would I would just live in that world. Which there is a game called Nivalis coming out. It's not going to be Shadowrun esque, but it is actually set in the Cloudpunk world. Um, Cloudpunk was the one of the first games I played when we started full time streaming. Um, so we might go back and play Cloudpunk and its DLC at some point. Maybe before Nivalis drops. I'm very interested in that. That's gonna be cool. But yeah, if I could get a first person Shadowrun world exploration, like MMO with interacting with people in that world, I would live in the Shadowrun world. You would not be able to peel me out of there, but I don't think we're getting that anytime soon, or maybe even ever. Maybe one day, fingers crossed. But all that being said, remember to take care of yourself mentally and physically. Both are very important. Remember to stay hydrated, and as always, remember, we can make the world a better place. And all you have to do is be kind. Let's find someone to raid. Also, bye, YouTube. Alright, let's see who we got. Alright, dismiss that. Who is live? Who is live?